All right. It begins. Let me open my volume mixer and turn down Final Fantasy because that's freaking loud. So we're going to be taking calls shortly. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Man, it's early. I never do streams this early. I don't know what it was, man. I got up this morning. I was like, all right, take a shower, brush my teeth, you know, do everything that I normally do. I don't know, man. Something got in me, a bug. A bug. It was like, stream. Do it. Do it. You must stream. And I was like, okay. And honestly, like I weighed myself this morning and it's a cheat day, which means I can eat whatever I want. I was like, I could go to breakfast. You could go to breakfast. Do breakfast. Go get breakfast. I'm like, but I'm not hungry. Let's see. I don't know if I told you this, but I hope you had a great Halloween if you celebrate it. Yes, I did have a good Halloween. I got very drunk in VR and passed out. That's what I did. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Oh, why is Do Not Disturb on? Turn off Do Not Disturb. Yeah, you can call in. We can have a discussion. Be more than happy to hear you out. In the meantime, we're just going to be playing some Final Fantasy 14. Fun game. It's got a really long quest where you basically just have to go from point A to point B and just keep doing that until you get max level. It's a really long quest. So we're just going to kind of go through that, I guess. I've been weirdly enjoying it. Just going from point A to point B and, you know, clicking the little thing. I have not used a single materia yet. I gotta ask KZ, what do I do with this materia? Let's see. Come on. Probably forgive me if I tread over old ground. Okay. It is very early, though. Very, very early. Beaubro says, I wonder what non-gamers think about us gamers that enjoy games like that and Minecraft, and they're probably like, how are you having any fun? I don't know why. I grew up with video games. I mean, first game I think I played was, in memory, it's probably like, I don't know, either Tetris or I think it could have been Star Fox on the SNES. By the way, that game is goated. I just want to let you know that. Now, is the N64 game like better in pretty much every way? The answer is yes. But I didn't grow up with that. So when I look at it, I'm like, what is this future game? This isn't Star Fox. The OG Star Fox. That's how old I am. I'm sitting there reminiscing about SNES Star Fox and not Nintendo 64 Star Fox. Let me, I'm going to provide a link on my Discord channel. Oh, did not load my, I need to change that. I have to change that now. That's my thumbnail. I use that thumbnail. Videos. Debate awoke liberal. There we go. I think I just did it. Did it do it? Did it do it? We'll get to it. What? Did it do it? We'll get to it. All right. There you go. I did it. Debate a woke liberal. All right. Y'all should go to your social medias and share this link. Share the link to the Woke Liberal Show. All right. That is not the stream link. Let me try that again. There it is. Beaubro says, what was the debate last night? I mean, I agree alcohol is the worst out of the three. So yeah, like in terms of like raw numbers, I mean, this is what I discovered. In terms of raw number, for sure, it's alcohol. It's not even close. Like gambling and pornography is just, I mean, it's just night and day compared to just how much societal impact you get out of alcohol. With that being said, though, and I think my comparison is a very appropriate one. The fact is that a lot of people drink alcohol. And so it's kind of like if you ask yourself, what's the deadliest animal to humans? And immediately what a lot of people go, they go, oh, hippo or lion or, you know, tiger. It's always something like that, right? And what people don't think about is a mosquito. Like a mosquito has killed so many humans. Mosquitoes, just a stupid, just dumb mosquito. Like, God, what a lame way to die. Imagine dying to a mosquito. Sharma says hi. Hello. I hope I got you. I hope I did not butcher your name. Apologies if I did. Anyway, so the only reason why the mosquito kills as many people as it does is because its ability to transmit diseases and the fact that it is super, uber, ultra common. It's there in pretty much any country that isn't in a very cold area. I mean, and most people don't live in very cold areas. So guess what? There's just going to be a lot of mosquito bites. And the end result is you get infected by this bug that has killed hundreds of thousands of people. So the mosquito is the most deadly. But in reality, if you think about it, right? If there was like a 1-to-1 ratio of mosquito encounter to tiger encounter, that tiger will kill you a lot more than the mosquito. but it's just because there's really not that many tigers. I mean, I'm not here in the middle of the suburbs and all of a sudden, whoa, tiger. Do you imagine? You're just like going down to get your mail and then there's just like a tiger. That's reality for some people. I don't know. Maybe some guy in India. I don't mean to, mess up that guy's parade. If you have tigers in your civilization, you got to leave. You got to go. I would be like, I can't think of a better reason to move out of here. Anyway, that's kind of how I see alcohol. It's like, yeah, is it the most harmful? Yes. But also kind of like mosquito bite where most people, it's not going to really negatively impact to any measurable degree. But there's a group of people where it very much does. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. It's just super uber common. So that's the reality. Can I just tell you, the axe that my character is wearing does not match the rest of this outfit even a little bit. And my outfit very much looks like it's very mix and match. Like it doesn't make any sense. So that was the debate. That was what the debate was about yesterday. I thought it was kind of cool. Precursor of the United Eorzean Grain Company. Oh, well, I do admire the scope of your ambition. My responsibilities here in Naldik and Vimelis keep me too close to the forge. I'm not going to read all that. There's no way you guys are interested. There's no way you guys are interested in this game. I don't know. Maybe should I play like OG Pokemon? That'll probably excite you guys. You guys would be like, Pokemon! Oh my god, Pokemon! Honestly, I think if I just... No, holy crap. I just thought, what if I put on the title, I play Pokemon? I feel like I'd get a lot of views, only because it's Pokemon. And... then I was like thinking, what kind of audience would that attract? A bunch of kids. I'm like, no, I don't want, please. I don't want a bunch of kids listening to my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is 18 plus, bro. This is an 18 plus YouTube channel. There's no freaking way. The kind of crap that I end up talking to, I do not want kids exposed to some of like the race realist kind of a people that I talk to. Awolthoughts says, greetings, peeps. Hey, Awol, how you doing? Did you miss the debate yesterday? I had a good one. It was yesterday we were talking about what was the worst for society, alcohol, gambling, or pornography. And I have come to the conclusion that it is like empirically, it's alcohol, then it's gambling, then it's pornography. AWOL says, first that debate last night was very strange. There, I just did a AWOL impression. AWOL says, I'm good. I'm going to call in today. Why was it strange? Was it that weird? Did you not like it? I thought it was good. Where the fuck do I go? Where the fuck do I go? I think I got to talk to where I think I got to go downstairs or upstairs. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe down here. And then I like talk to somebody. Oh, it just dawned on me where I gotta go. Yeah, it's not the storm sergeant. I gotta go to the, yeah, that's the airship spot. So we gotta talk to this lift attendant and go to AOL says, maybe it was the lack of structure at the beginning. That guy was grilling you about why you travel places and it was just strange. Oh, well, that was pre-debate. That was like the pre-show. But then it gets into the actual debate. I think like we had like a good hour and a half pre-show. I don't know why. I don't know why the guy, like, I assumed he had something prepared for me because he said that he wanted like a 2 hour kind of, oh, let me show you around time. And I'm like, okay, that's odd, but I'll go ahead and just to be polite, we're going to do that. And so I did do exactly that. It was just kind of odd. How like he wanted me to be there 2 hours ahead of time. And then when I show up there, all it was just like a bunch of people asking random questions to me. It was like a guy who's like really drunk. Like, yeah, so anyway, First Avenger, do you have a mom? I'm like, what is this question? How's the relationship between you and your mom? I just thought that was kind of funny. Where do I go? Where am I? Where is my character? Where is my character? Oh, there he is. I see him. Beaubro says, sup, hey, Wall. Hey, Wall, you're becoming a regular. Look at you. At least I'm sorry to see the Discord is more variety. Yes. Lots of variety, I would say, on Discord. There's also like a lot of just like bona fide racists. Like just bona fide, like full on. And there are Discords that 100% are totally okay with racists, even though the Discord community guidelines explicitly say no to racism. I don't know, for whatever reason, just people go, well, they don't record voice chats, so people can say racist things, but they can't type racist things. And, you know, I think next time I hear that question, I'm going to just flip it on them. I'll be like, okay, well, what if somebody said pedophilic things, but didn't post it? Would you be okay with that? I'm sure that kind of person would be immediately banned, right? So, which kind of shows there's like an X group of people that are just permissive of just blatant racism. So AWOL says, at least I'm sorry to see the Discord more variety. Well, I'm never the first call, so I'm going to wait until after somebody that's called in and heated things up a bit. All right. Fair enough. I don't remember this guy. I don't remember. I don't know who that guy is. I could care less. All I'm doing is going from point A to point B. That's literally it. Maybe I started this stream too early. Maybe I did. Was it a mistake for me to start this stream so early? Hello, Pepper. Hello, duties. Let's say hello to the duties. Hi, duty. Hi, duties. Oh. Here. Watch. She's smushing her face. Come here. Come here, duties. Come here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, duties. Oh, don't show them your bunghole. Don't do that. Show them your pretty face. He likes to see your pretty face. Yeah, there's my pretty lady. This is Pepper. Say hello to Pepper. She's my duties. My lovely little lily. Are you done? You good? Are you good? AWOL says, what game is this? This is a game called Final Fantasy XIV. I'm just petting her right now so that way she is satiated. And then she's going to kill me. Pepper, are you good? Duties. Ow. You be good. I love you. My goodness. What? No. No. Don't hurt. I'm leaving you alone like you requested. So we are taking calls. I mean, we're kind of just starting up, so I'm not expecting any calls right now. We have very few people watching. It makes sense, though. It's very early. Very, very early. So, you know, maybe most people are sleeping by now, but not me. Not me. I don't know, for whatever reason, I just got up and decided, hey, let's do a stream. Why not? Let's take a look here. Pray, young master. All right, we good? All right, next. Duty, don't pull stuff. You be good. You be good and do not pull things. Pepper, what are you flicking at? What are you flicking at? Hey, Duties. She's being playful. She gets like this. She just wants attention. Isn't that right, Duties? I have to like, you know what I should do? Is it possible to have like 2 cameras running at the same time? And just like, I don't know, angle, like change the angle? Would that be kind of cool? All right, now we got to go to, oh, that's not what I wanted. Let's go here. Beaubro says, please, this is nothing for me. I've got insomnia. I seem to wake up at random hours of the night a lot of the time, and I struggle to get back to sleep. So if you, for some reason, started at 3 a.m., I would be, wow. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. AWOL says, Beaubro, did you start to implement any of that job stuff from that other conversation? Oh, no. Beaubro says, yes, it's possible. I watch a few YouTubers and have their pets in the camera as well. Pets are good for YouTube engagement. That and pets are good because I love my little lady. My little lady. Speak with the airship landing guy. All right. Speak with Alphanod at the Royal Promenade. Do I have to just go? Okay. I'm just going to go to Olda. It's only 120 gil. Might as well. AWOL said it would be cool if you were better looking. What? What's wrong? What? Rex Capra says, hello. Hello, Rex Capra. Beaubro says, I just hope you don't try to be Hassan, who put a shock collar on his dog just to get him in frame. Ugh. No, I'm never doing that. That's awful. I would never do that. AWOL says, cool beans, Beaubro. Believe it or not, I really do hope that you find a good job. Yeah, no, I would never put a shock collar on my cat to get her to come here. That's never going to happen. My cat can come and go as she pleases. She can do whatever she wants. She's my little princess, and I love her, and I do not mind if she's a little spoiled. Cats only live to like 16. Just spoil the hell out of them. I mean, why not? It lives to 16, and then that's it. I'm just going to spoil the shit out of my cat and that'll be that. Or like, I don't know, like, oh, why is your cat spoiled? Well, you see, I spoiled it rotten. AWOL says, Francis of suggestion you should watch some more extreme people on your own side, like Destiny and Hassan, and see what kind of views they're pulling out there. Oh yeah, they're pulling some crazy views. Then again, they've been doing it for several years, whereas, and a lot of people, they look at my account, they're like, oh, but your account is super old, Amender. Your account is super old. Well, kinda, but also not. Not really. So the reason why I initially made this account was because I had built a social networking site, and the goal was to like get more people on that social networking site. That was a failure. And I think like for several years on my YouTube channel, I think I had, I don't know, like 4 videos, you know, and I would like do one every like, I don't know, 2 or 3 months. Sometimes 7, 8 months would go by. I mean, it just was not a consistent channel at all. And so I just want you to look here, right? There was a point where I decided, okay, I am going to balls to the wall, full on. Let's become a YouTuber. Let's try. Let's make a deliberate effort to show up, stream, debate, become an internet personality. Let's do it. So I want to show you. Here we go. Take a look. Check this out. And you'll be pleasantly surprised. You will. You will. So this is a Social Blade. It's my channel, Debate Awoke Liberal. And you can see there is a very clear delineation point that occurs. Let me see if I can make that more visible. There's a super clear delineation point. It's right here. March of 2024. That was the day that I said, I am actually going to try to make this YouTube thing a real thing. Not me trying to promote the website, but me just, because like me trying to promote the website died way back here. Like it was way back years ago. I stopped caring about it because I realized that having like an unfettered social media place, like number one, you kind of need like millions of dollars backing you to be able to like get traction in that field. And then like either that or you have to like fake it like crazy, like what Reddit did. They just had like a bunch of bot accounts just sending information to one another to make it seem like that it was active. And anyway, I just didn't do that. I just didn't have the technological know-how at the time. I just built the site though. The site works. It's still up. I just don't use it ever. Anyway, April 2024, this is where I was like, all right, balls to the wall. Let's start getting subscribers. So you could see right here, boom, 33 subs, 26 subs, 43 subs, 17 subs, 27. So it's like, I'm getting subs, right? It's just, I think I started at the time I had gained 60 subs and it's been growing. Okay. And I believe that it will grow more. I do. I believe it. I believe that I can do this. And I believe that I will get more people watching. Anyway, I'm excited. I want to see my channel grow. And I believe that it will. A lot of people are like, bro, you've got like 700 videos and you've only got like 800 subs. And I'm like, yeah, I just started last year. Chill. We'll be fine. Just trust the process. Like, Jesus, people think that like becoming like a YouTube, is it possible to become, you know, big and giant with one video? Yes, that's totally possible. That's also, just FYI, exceedingly rare. Most people don't do that. Most people can't do that. Excadriller says, "What's up, bitches? Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning." Awolthoughts says, "I'm actually starting posting content to my channel in December and finally it's far less political and I'm more comic books and media fiction debates and topics." I like that. That's cool. That's a cool theme if you want to do like a comic book channel. Now, here's the thing, right? Start off by getting yourself some upgraded equipment. Okay? Get good stuff, because how you sound is huge. This separates you from 99% of other people. Most people didn't spend $500 on a mic. Most people didn't buy a green screen. Most people didn't notice that you purchased a bunch of studio lights to help with the lighting. Robin says, "Your shit is also rather specific." It is. It is. Bro, I got to push back against these right-wingers, dude. The right-wingers are just crazy. These people are nuts. All right, here. Want to watch me troll Twitter? It's kind of fun. I actually kind of enjoy trolling people on Twitter. Because some of the crap they post, I'm like, how are these accounts not banned? Like, what? Yeah, let's take a quick field trip and then we'll go right back to me playing Final Fantasy 14 because I just kind of want to chill for the most part. We are taking calls though. Phone number is 202-988-5218. Let's take a look. Okay. All right. Mass immigration ruined Halloween. All right. So see this? These are people. This is obviously AI. Hold on. Number one. This is obviously AI. Number two. Why are right-wingers always racist? So here's what I do. I go in and I ask an inflammatory question. And then they just lose their goddamn mind. They lose their goddamn mind. They do. They absolutely, let's see, 10 years of dreadlocks. How do you wash it to keep it clean? I'm not going to respond. Are you ready for your Halloween celebrations? Because they are. I don't know. What is this supposed to be? Is this, is this also AI? It's like hard to tell. It looks like AI. All right, here we go. Why do Republicans, right-wingers, hate black people now? I thought they freed the slaves and fought KKK. Hi there, Dan Pepper. What are you doing, duties? Duties, get off my drawing. You're bending my drawing. You gotta go. No. Duties. Oh, she hates being picked up. She doesn't want to be picked up. All right. Bye-bye. I picked her up so she would jump down. She's making a mess. Okay. All right, let's see. What else we can do? A hairstylist asks for the client for consent before any physical touch and shares their pronouns as they, them, or she, they instead of the appointment. This must be exhausting to keep up with. It's okay for people to respect... Oh, hold on. Pronouns, if they so choose. It's a free country. Why do right-wingers hate the LGBT? You see what I'm doing? Dirties. Dirties, you got it. Why must you sit specifically on the drawing? She's just like, no, I want to sit on the drawing. The drawing in particular. Let's see here. I mean, if you want to have as many subs as Destiny, then start some scandal. Bruh. I don't want to start that way. Real question is, why am I getting this Sith on my timeline? I have pronoun block. Duties. Duties. No. 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 Do you support banning all LGBTQ propaganda from schools? We're just going to ask the question again. Why do right-wingers hate LGBT people so much? They crash Grindr every time they get together. Listen, I'm making Twitter better one step at a time. One tweet at a time. The MAGA costumes will be out tonight. I love it. I'm not going to make fun of a kid. I don't want to make fun of a kid. This is awful, by the way. Like, holy crap, that's awful. I hate that. I don't support. By the way, I don't support dressing as Charlie Kirk. Jesus. I think I already commented on this one. We're gonna move on. Ready, set, math. No calculators, no Googling. Only geniuses solve it instantly. Why? It's 4, so 9. It's 5. 5 plus 4, so it's 9. Checkmate, racists. Some reminders. 67 of black men have never been convicted of a felony. 58 blacks. 67%? There's no freaking way that number is correct. That is way too low. There is no freaking way. The real Trump balloon is in the room is that he gives his balls in comparison to the leg crossing pussies like Newsom and Obama. What? What is wrong with these people? Excadrilla says, nah, that's crazy. AWOL says, exhausting and a little bit ridiculous. I agree. Can you see me? I am being silenced. Please help and say, raise your hand if you're tired of the future being destroyed by Republicans. Whoa, based. Whoa. Hell yeah. Based. Have a follow and a retweet. Actually, we're going to repost, and it's going to be a quote. And we're just going to subscribe to this person because they're ultra based. Oh, I have to... What? Brother, what? I don't want to subscribe. I just want to follow. There we go. Bro, I should do that. I should have that set up. What the hell? What am I doing? Honestly, if you're going to get your hair fixed up when the person to have touch you seems like a stupid statement. Again, like if somebody wants to do that, do it. Who cares? Like there's lots of, AWOL says, oh, you're trolling very well. Thank you. Thank you. I'm putting a lot of effort in my, very clear trolling. Jamie Lee Curtis says nobody knows which of his daughters is trans. She would not have it any other way. Nobody knows? Who wants to tell her? Are you aware that there are like ugly looking girls? Are you aware there are also ugly looking girls? Why do right wingers hate women so much? So you just ask an inflammatory question, and dude, I'm telling you, this gets This gets responses. People lose their goddamn mind. The grip that libtards had over culture has totally collapsed, and it's so funny watching them seethe 24/7. What is MAGA even about at this point? They're wearing like blackface. Ah, I know what to do for this. I know exactly what to post. I got it right here. Hold on. Here we go. I got this. You realize the left is fighting for you, right? This is you right now. Next one. Over 82% of Japanese elementary school children go to school by themselves. This is what can be achieved when you do not have millions of third world savages in your country. Jesus. Savages. What is wrong with these people, dude? Year 1900. Oh. Cool. Jewish conspiracy, great replacement theory. Like, what? Here. Let me help this guy out, right? I'll help you out. We're all mutts, you nitwit. Why do right wingers hate brown people so much? There you go. Those are reprehensible costumes, though. I agree. AWOL says, wipe the smile off your face while you say it. I apologize. Sometimes I get like a weird sixth sense of humor. Let's take a look here. We're going to go to the next. Let's see. Pepper, get the hell off of my drawing. Do you want paper? Do you want paper? Do you want me to make a piece of paper for you to lie on? Okay, I will. I will make you a piece of paper for you to lie on. I don't want you to mess with my drawing. Just leave my drawing alone. I'll tell you what. I'll get you a piece of paper. Here. Paper. Look. There. I'll let you lie on the piece of paper. There. I don't know why she wants to lie on the piece of paper, but she does. Not Malthusian said, a real racist would have used Popeyes, but you will suffice. By the way, I did the chickens for KFC, not because that they were black, but basically they're fighting for something that ultimately is going to take rights away from themselves. So let's take a look here. This is why people can't have nice things. The homeowner said 2 pieces of candy each. Again, like, number one, who cares? This is just like one of those dumb things to like get upset about. I remember as a kid, I was like, 12 or 13 when I saw a giant thing of just candy lying there. They're like, just take it. Yeah, hell yeah, I took it. Are you kidding? I was a little hoodlum. Now it's like I couldn't even consider doing that. I would just take 2. I'd follow the rules. But it's like, I don't know. First of all, how old are these kids? They look like they're in their 20s. Who is Halloween trick? Go to a Walgreens and just buy some candy. It's not that expensive. AOL says, who cares? The children who could have got the candy instead of that greedy bastard. Go to the next house. Just go to the next house. This isn't hard. Also, is this AI? I keep asking because like whenever I see like a lack of like hands being well defined, I don't know. It's just Jesus struggling to remember when exactly he told followers to bully trans kids. True, very true. Queen Chimerazilla. I don't like the commie logo there, but they seem incredibly based. You pull up to pick up your girl for a date and you find her like this. What do you do? Tell her to leave the gun at home? Is this a trick question? This is not me trolling. This is just me asking a genuine question. Like, why do you need a gun going to our date? Do you just not trust me? Like, what is that? A man dressed as a woman scolds a woman dressed as an Indian for Halloween. We're hitting levels of hypocrisy we never thought possible. So just curious, right? This once again makes me wonder, hey, what is the context behind this? Let's see.
You probably just mind your own fucking business, bro.
She's dressed as a Native American.
Are you trans? Is that a costume or is that how you are? Huh?
Do I look trans?
A little bit.
You look trans.
But it's also Halloween.
Also, FYI, like, they have a beard. No trans person who's dressed like that, unironically, would keep that beard. No freaking way. No way. There's no freaking way. I don't believe that they would keep the beard. This is obviously satire. Would you refuse to shake Donald Trump's hand if you met him in person? I don't freaking care. EBT or no EBT, they are still stealing. Do you see how, like, first of all, this is like a third world country. You could see the sign in the background. It's not even the United States. Here we go. All right. We gotta get our we're gonna reply here. Why do Republicans hate blacks so much? Race mixing is cruel. Don't do this to your child. Why are right-wingers just racist? Hats off. Let's see. Careful, buds. Extremo, you realize that beaubro, he is a moderator. He can absolutely mute you. What is this? Twitch allowing Rakai to stream full whiteface without any consequences. Totally cool with this. Drisky and Rakai can do whiteface. It's funny. But it's cringe that two white girls who did blackface are getting doxxed and death threats. Either all racist jokes are okay or none are. Choose. Here we go. Got a question for you. Is white power and black power the same thing to you? Historically speaking. I don't even think I have to say historically speaking. All right. I think I'm done trolling Twitter for a little while. That was fun. You'll see an avalanche of notifications in a moment. But then we are taking calls. Phone numbers 202-998-5218. You want to call in? Let's have a discussion. I want to hear what you have to say. I don't know. Do you disagree with the woke soy boy liberal? I think we need more woke soy boy liberals in the world. I think that we need to think of things with more empathy. We need to we need to push back against the Overton window. And seeing what I'm observing online, I want to get more people on my side here. I think it would make the world a better place to do so. We are currently in the town of Ulda. This is an MMO. Let's see. AWOL says, yo, first, do you support or condemn the people who are looting already over EBT? A Walmart in Fayetteville just got raided. Yeah, well, so that doesn't actually surprise me. People need to eat. I don't agree with destroying people's property or any of those things, but I'm also observing like the necessity that people need to eat. And if you just suddenly end SNAP and overwhelm whatever food assistance is there, then I'm sorry, it's just going to be, it's going to be chaos. There's going to be a lot of harm like that. Yeah. I think I gotta go to the Aetherite. We gotta go to the Alchemist's Guild. Okay, let's do that. Aethernet Shard. Alchemist's Guild. Ah. Extremo says, Bo, they don't need to work. They don't need to rob. They can work. So this is the problem, Extremo. I got news for you. My mom worked. She worked 2 jobs in order to have a roof over her head. But after everything was said and done, she did not have enough to feed my brother and I. And the way that my mom was able to feed me was food stamps. That's how she was able to feed me. So I just want to point that out. Just because you work doesn't mean you can automatically afford food. Extremo, you're not middle class. You're the owner of a business, and a successful one at that. You realize lots of people have tried businesses and have been unsuccessful, right? My dad being one of them. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in if you want to have a discussion. We have Princess Nanamu. Is it gonna be voice acting? Man, there's a long pause. Nope, no voice acting. Oh, nope, there is voice acting.
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace.
Okay.
I understand his impatience, since considering the
Yo, when is the expansion? There's all sorts of freaking quests that I gotta do before I even hit the next expansion.
With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3, does it not?
I have trust in the scions, Your Grace. As for their finances, and what of the...
Jesus. Ooh, phone call.
Yes, there is that.
You're on the line, First Amender. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, bro.
What's up, Extremo?
Hey, I mean, I kind of want to talk on this topic a little bit, bro, because this is real important to me.
Okay.
Because, you know, my history, bro, I'm first generation American. We were poor. My mom was on food stamps. I get it, bro. I think a lot of people make that are capitalists, like on the outside, make the mistake of confusing like a government providing social safety nets as equals communism, but it really doesn't. I'm not opposed to them. I'm not opposed to like government helping out, bro, because really the ultimate goal of capitalism is to create a society in which any government that exists is able to take care of the small particulars of the society. I mean, and that's okay. That's like a goal, right? So I'm not against welfare. But the issue that conservatives have with welfare, bro, is that like any system, and you would agree, SNAP is being abused, bro. And they're being abused in ways that people on the left don't want to recognize that.
It's it was less than 2% was found for fraud. And by the way, what you're referring to is illegal. You can get kicked off of the SNAP benefits program if you are found selling it on an open market anywhere, anything other than purchasing food for you and your family. If you're found doing that, you get kicked off the program. They already have instances where people do in fact do that, and then they just they remove them, and that's it. That's how they do that.
Right, but this is an issue that I've always had with you, bro. It's like you're dying on the hill of statistics, bro, but the statistics are only providing information based on what they've been able to discover, not what they're not able to discover.
If I can't trust statistics, what can I trust?
You could trust. What you need to do is look at the situation entirely, bro. You could say, well, okay, so we have these statistics, right, that say from what you're saying, over 95% of people on food stamps use the system as required, right? So I would say, okay, well, so the SNAP is good, right? Because it provides food for people that don't have the ability to otherwise attain food. If that's the case, that's one less bill. And the idea, I would assume, I think you would agree, is to eventually use the money that you save from not buying food to pick yourself up, right? But if you look at the average, and you could probably get this information, if you look at the average,
I'm going to ask you one more time because you didn't answer. If I can't trust the statistics, what can I trust?
Well, I'm about to tell you, right? So you would have to look at the average amount of time that a person is on SNAP benefits. Like, what's the average amount of time? Can you get that information? Because
the average amount of time that people are on SNAP?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't see how that matters.
Well, it matters because the issue that the conservatives have are that people become dependent on SNAP benefits.
Yes, that's the point of SNAP.
No, the point of SNAP is to help people get
who
out
need
of
food,
that
be able to get food.
No, it's assistance, bro. It's supposed to be able
it gives food to people who can't afford the food.
First and foremost, bro, do you think that an ideal society is one in which there's a large swath of people dependent on the government to eat food? Is that good or bad?
All right, give me a second.
Right? So my point that I'm making with that question earlier, which is what's the average amount of time a person is stuck on welfare, is because the idea is that the conservative movement is trying to push is that people become dependent on the dole, stop trying to get out
of poverty. That's not true.
And instead, well, okay, how do you explain the ghetto?
There's ghetto areas. There's more than just SNAP going on that results in ghettos being created.
Do you think people are poor in the ghetto?
Yes.
What do you think makes them poor?
Lack of opportunity, poor educational outcomes, lack of funding towards that education, lack of investment being in those areas.
It sounds like what you're saying, there's a lack of the ability of people making money in poor areas.
Yes, there's a lot less emphasis on investing in areas that are poorer because they are higher risk, but because there's no additional return on investment, they don't do it.
What do you mean there's no return on investment? Well, you're in
Yeah. So like if you're a bank and there's like a guy that is in a ghetto area and wants to start a business, the probability of them getting that loan as opposed to a rich, affluent area with assets is likely going to be less probable of getting that loan.
Well, no, I mean, I think that's dependent on what they're asking.
If you're asking for a loan to start a business, you know, to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, the probability of you getting that is much lower if you're in a ghetto area than if you are in an area that's not.
Well, I don't think it's because of racism, bro. I think it's because it's
no, it is, and we proved that to be the case.
Tells them I got this new rap artist group that I want to fund with the loan, compared to like a person that's trying to build like a construction business. So obviously, one is going to be more profitable and likely to profit than the other, bro. I think black people kind of aim at the floor, you know, sometimes, and that's the problem. And then they get upset when they don't do well. I think that would be an issue if any group did it, right? Like if I gave you the example for a while ago of something, but let me give you an analogy, right? It's as if you had this. It's as if you have this group, right? And within this group, they instead of helping each other, they rob each other, they beat each other, they say mean things to each other.
All right, well, I'm going to provide you this. I was looking for this, so I think that it's important to recognize. Give me a second.
Yeah.
How the hell is this freaking...
But, I mean, I don't want to digress. I need to digress to what we were talking about, rather. Like, the reason I'm telling you about my issue with
USDA efforts to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Americans support helping struggling families put food on the table, but they want to know that the taxpayer dollars are being spent wisely. Correcting mistake and rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse so that federal dollars are used wisely is not just a top priority of this administration, it is common sense. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Service is actively working on behalf of American taxpayers to protect federal investment in SNAP and make sure that the program is targeted towards those families who need it the most. To further this effort, FNS focused on three key areas of oversight. 1. Reducing improper payments and errors. FNS takes seriously its responsibility to make sure that only those families who are actually eligible for the program participate and that the correct amount of benefits is provided to them. Over the past decade, FNS has made major strides to improve the accuracy of SNAP's eligibility determination and benefit payment systems. SNAP's quality control system earns a solid A grade. Over 98% of those receiving SNAP benefits are eligible, and payment accuracy was 95.64%, a historic high. Reducing errors saves valuable resources. Payment errors are less than half of what they were 10 years ago, which has reduced to improper payments by $2.7 billion in 2009. Pursuing recipient fraud. While it occurs relatively infrequently, FNS recognizes that the program fraud undermines public confidence in government and jeopardizes the ability of SNAP to serve the tens of millions of struggling families who need it the most. FNS works through our state partners to investigate recipient fraud and hold bad actors accountable. And recipients who purposely commit fraud to get benefits are subject to disqualifications. Fraud investigations yield results for taxpayers. In the fiscal year of 2010, states conducted 782,945 fraud investigations, disqualified 44,483 individuals, and collected $287 million in recipient claims, 67.2 million of which was related to fraud. The federal government has collected more than $1.3 billion in delinquent SNAP recipient claims since 1992. Combating abuse and misuse of benefits. The sale or purchase of SNAP benefits for cash is called trafficking, an illegal activity punishable by criminal prosecution. No, hold on. I just want you to be aware, Extremo. I just want you to be aware of the facts. I just want you to be aware of the facts.
I just want to reiterate. I never mentioned anything about fraud, bro.
Okay.
Never.
I'm
You
saying
brought
that you're
up.
saying
You
that
thought that
people
was my
abuse it, right? You're saying that people
Okay,
are
abuse
taking
does not
advantage of
equal
it or
fraud.
staying on the dole. That's also wrong, by the way. We're actually
Well,
able to
okay.
observe
You
that
never answered
SNAP
that
actually
question. I asked you to
empirically
pull up a
increases
certain
people's
set of
quality of
data, and
living
you never
outcomes.
got that
Here,
data.
I can provide that right now. Hold on.
Okay, please do. Because the point is that like what you want ideally is for these people to not be living off of SNAP benefits, and the problem is that the fact is, especially in black, well, really in poor communities, right? Because this is where SNAP benefits actually are required. You see that the places that have the largest concentration of people continuing to live off of and depend on SNAP
All right.
are
So here we
generally
go.
areas where you see generational poverty. And the reason you see that, bro, is
Yeah,
because,
yeah.
again,
So chart.
like what
So
ends
I
up,
just.
what ends up happening,
Oh my
bro,
God.
in reality, in practical way, bro, is that, like,
Yeah.
and you're not gonna believe it.
So
But
this is a this is a
and
chart
if
book
you
that's
see
coming
anybody
from
listening to
the
this, bro,
Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. SNAP promotes long-term health and well-being, especially for children. Research shows that SNAP reduces poverty and food insecurity, and that over the long term, these impacts lead to improved health and economic outcomes, especially for those who receive SNAP as children. For more on the long-term health impacts of SNAP, see SNAP is linked with improved mental health outcomes and lower healthcare costs. This chart book highlights some of the key characteristics of the 41 million people using the program in a typical month, trends and data on program administration and its use, and data on SNAP's effectiveness in fighting food insecurity and poverty and improving health, education, and labor market outcomes. It complements more detailed analysis on particular aspects of SNAPs available on our website. Also, new data for some material in this chart book was released before its completion. We will be updating this piece accordingly.
what is that? The information I was looking for was the amount of people that continue to live on SNAP, bro.
The amount of people?
Okay, so there's a group of people. You said 41, I believe, million, right?
Yeah.
On average, how long are they on SNAP?
I don't know. I don't know the number to that.
Okay, see, that's the thing that I'm contending with, right? I never spoke on anything else. The reason I'm speaking on that in particular is because I'm trying to create a narrative so that you could understand what the contention is that the conservatives have, right? I'm a conservative. I was poor when I was growing up. We used SNAP to supplement our income, right? But we did not depend on it because eventually, once we got to the position where we didn't need it anymore, we stopped using it, right? But the issue is not that people are using it. The issue is that people are dependent on it for the entirety of their lives, almost sometimes. And what you notice is that the areas that are the most affected are the
Bible
areas
Belt.
in which, well, the areas in which people
We've gone over this.
need.
It's unironic. It's Bible Belt. We know it's the Bible
I'm not
Belt.
saying, I never said anything about race or location. What I'm saying is the general conditions of the areas in which people live dependent on the
Yeah,
government.
it's usually Republican-led districts that fundamentally reduce economic well-being and outcomes, which results in people needing SNAP, which then results in, I think, over 30% of people needing SNAP in a majority of Bible Belt counties.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Amanda. I can't get a word in, so let me just ask you this. I'll let you talk, right? Do you think that people like being poor?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that people in like the hood, right? Let's just talk about what I know about, because I don't know what the Bible Belt is, bro. I live in Texas. You know that, right? Do you think that people in the hood don't have money?
Typically, no.
Okay. How often do you go to the hood, or how often do you know people from the hood?
I don't go to the hood.
Right. Okay, I do. Right. I know the hood pretty well. People have money, bro. And the reason I know people have money is because you need money to buy, clothes. You need money to buy jewelry. You need money
and then
to buy
after
drugs.
everything is said
You
and
need money
done,
to buy
they don't
cars.
have enough for food.
No, they
That's
have
why
enough
they
for
get
food, bro.
SNAP.
No, they have enough for food. They just don't need to buy food because they have SNAP. They definitely have enough for food, bro. food is. I mean, even though it's been gradually getting more expensive, bro. Like
A lot more
in reality,
expensive.
food is not really that expensive.
Even I have
bro.
been
Like, what-
feeling the squeeze, and I'm
Right, yeah,
relatively
man, we all
well
have
off.
Right, we're both.
I
we're
can't
both
even imagine what
relatively
it's
well-
like to have multiple kids and you're divorced or something. That would be a freaking nightmare.
Yeah, no.
There's
well,
no
I can tell
you need Snap. Like you need it.
No, I don't use Snap. I have 3 kids. And I don't depend on Snap.
Also,
when
I just
did
want to
use
point that
Snap,
out, right? Most
Right.
working age SNAP participants work, but often unstable jobs. 2/3 of the participants
part
of SNAP are children, elderly, people with disabilities who are not expected to work. SNAP also helps workers both to supplement low wages and support them when they are between jobs.
Yeah, but that's not really how.
That is really what
used.
I'm reading it. I mean, this is the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. I mean, if you want, I can, like, who is the center? Like, bro, SNAP is super beneficial. Wouldn't you? I mean, listen, you have
I'm
economically
not saying it
benefited
isn't.
from SNAP. And now here you
Okay, but
are,
what-
successful businessman. I have economically benefited from SNAP. And guess what? I'm doing quite well for myself. Now what? Right? Obviously,
did you-
SNAP helps. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay, but what? Did you?
Does
are
Snap
you, like,
help?
completely dismissing my preamble, bro? Like,
Yes, I'm
why are
completely
you-
dismissing your preamble because the preamble is stupid. You're saying, well, how
Okay.
long are they? Okay, what does that matter?
No,
Is it
that's
1
not what I-
year?
that's
Is
not
it
what I
3
started
years?
with, bro.
Is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? Does the answer to me change if I had like a diamond diagram that has all of the options available to me? If it's 1, 3, 5, 10, 20 years, to me, that doesn't matter at all. I don't really give a fuck about that. You know what I want? I want people to fucking eat. How about that? How about we live in the wealthiest country on planet Earth, and for whatever reason, people can't eat?
Well, what do you mean? People are fat over here, bro.
Yes,
We
because
have an
yes, that would help with food stamps because people can afford fucking food. That's going to change if nothing is done regarding SNAP benefits. SNAP benefits, for every dollar that's put into SNAP, we get $1.80 back. By the way, FYI, if there's going to be a lack of SNAP benefits, guess what? The actual demand for food would drop drastically. And you know what happens when the demand for food drops drastically? Farmers get hit. And you know who's hurting most of all? Farmers. And you know what you need in order for society to function? Fucking farmers. Do you not understand how fucking stupid your argument is? Bro, should we get rid of SNAP? Yes or no? Should we get rid of it?
It's like you completely ignore what I say.
Should we get rid of SNAP?
Look, I'm gonna answer it, bro, and I don't want you to bring up anything contrary to what I'm about to answer again, bro, because I don't understand.
Can you just answer the question? That's a yes or no. Should we get rid of SNAP?
I already did earlier.
No,
I said
you didn't.
SNAP is good. It's not. the
Should we
program
get
that-
rid of it?
No, we should not get
Great,
rid of
fabulous.
government.
I couldn't agree with you
That's it.
more. Right? There's this would cause a ton of untold suffering
Well,
in the
I-
United States that we just don't need to go over.
Good thing neither one of us made the claim that we.
So then, why are you concerned about how long somebody is on SNAP?
Because I'm.
Why does
telling
that
you
matter?
Because the way the program is being run or operated at the
You have to
moment
renew
is
every
causing
year,
the
dude.
issue.
You have to renew every
Dude,
year.
Dude, listen.
Most people don't stay on
Holy
SNAP for
shit.
more than a few years.
Okay, listen, bro. I've seen it. All right. Do you think I'm just? Amanda, let me just ask you this, bro. Do you think I'm just a bigoted, ignorant person? A bigoted, ignorant person, bro, that just doesn't know anything?
Sometimes, yeah. You say some fucking ignorant shit sometimes, yeah.
Okay,
I don't know about.
sure,
I mean,
sure.
I think you're ignorant.
Well-
I think you're an ignorant. You say ignorant things, and it's just stupidity. And I don't know who the hell is feeding you this nonsense. But there's so much economic data on this. There's so much information that's freely available for you to view. And for whatever reason, like you'll have like a single chart on Twitter that gets released out, and everybody
I don't
thinks
even have a
that it's
Twitter.
what?
But I don't even, dude. You know me for years, bro. Do you really think I use Twitter? Do you
Well,
really
so
think
let me
I
give you an
watch
example, right?
Fucking Matt Walsh or whatever the fuck. Like, do you really think that, bro? Do you honestly think you go on to Extremo's YouTube feed, you're gonna see Matt Walsh and fucking whatever?
I don't know, but I am aware.
Bro,
I am aware
fucking,
of this here, where there was a chart that had been passed around saying food stamps by ethnicity, where it just had a bunch of people who are not American, and saying that, hey, see, a majority of people on SNAP are all of these different people coming from these different countries, when in reality, this information is false. Empirically false. In fact, this was compared with the USDA information, and the USDA doesn't even collect information on specifically what.
I'm sorry about that, bro. I'm taking care of my son. But why are you badgering me about that?
Okay, I'm not badgering about it. I'm saying that people are propagating racist, false information regarding SNAP benefits.
Okay, but that's not me.
And they think that SNAP benefits is somehow a negativity or something that we need to reform. No, SNAP benefits is one of the most successful programs in the United States. We can empirically verify that. We know that it works.
Look, bro, does it feed people? Yes.
Yes.
All right. Can people become dependent on social programs?
I suppose, but I don't see a reason.
Okay, that's all I'm. Okay, but see, no, hold up, bro. Listen.
At the end of the day, I look at it as like it's like a point. It's like a point to make.
Don't add those questions up and come to a conclusion. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that yes, SNAP helps people. But
it comes to a point where, do you think in the richest country on planet Earth, people should be worried about where they're getting their next meal?
I mean, shit, look, I'm going to be honest with you, bro.
Should the richest country on... Just answer the fucking... Stop with the preamble. Just answer the question with a yes or no. Should the wealthiest country on planet Earth have people go hungry?
People aren't going hungry here.
You don't, well, with food stamps ending, I think you might just start seeing that. In fact, the food pantries were completely overrun, and they ran out of food right away. And you're talking about people looting at this point, bro. You think this is funny? You think that this is like not happening, or like, oh, people aren't going to starve? Like, bro, dude, this is a goddamn nightmare, bro. This is going to be really bad for you and me. Everybody loses under this pretense. Everybody loses. Nobody benefits by not having SNAP.
Nobody's talking about ending SNAP, bro.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's because you're coming up with these conclusions, bro. When did I say that? Did I say that?
No, you didn't say that, but you're concerned about how long are people on SNAP. I don't give a fuck how long they are on SNAP. People have a right. It should be able to eat in the wealthiest country on planet Earth. It's disgusting that we live in a country where we find it perfectly permissible to not provide SNAP benefits, even though there's an actual contingency fund physically available to the Trump administration. They just choose not to release the funds.
Who's saying to not
you voted for this, Extremo. You voted for this asshole. And I was the one crying bloody murder as people were laughing all their way to the fucking vote. But you know what? It's the will of the fucking people, man. And that's all I got to say, man. These motherfuckers, they voted for it. And just FYI, the people that are going to get affected the most by this is in fact Republicans. Why? Because I can observe a majority of the counties that use the most amount of food stamps by percentage is in fact the Bible Belt. I hope you have fun.
Okay. Well, I don't live in the Bible Belt. I don't speak on that. I only speak
There's
on
also a lot in Texas.
Well, I mean, mostly black communities. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, yeah. Because fuck those black communities, right? Fuck those people.
Whoa. Slow down, Amanda.
What the fuck does that matter if they're black, white, brown, fucking green, blue? They need food. People need food.
Oh, shit. Oh,
Man,
yeah, no, I'm not
fuck
denying
off
that.
with this shit, man.
We have food, bro. You know how much?
Yeah,
the fucking
you
head of
have
lettuce
food,
is?
but not everybody has food, Extremo. Not everybody
But
has a
everybody
fucking
has to-
successful business, Extremo.
I mean, bro, how much is the head
Jesus
of lettuce in a
Christ,
fucking
dude.
bag of
Fucking kill
cheese,
me, dude.
No, bro, relax, dude. I'm not.
No,
trying to
I'm not
fucking piss you
relaxed.
off
I'm
or
not.
anything.
People are lacking food, and you're treating it like it's a joke.
I don't know. I don't think it's an issue right now, bro. Maybe in a few months. I don't know. Hopefully not, right? But the point
No, I
that
guarantee you're
try
going to have freaking problems. Because prior to
Well,
Snap,
I'm
people
not-
were
I'm
going
not on
hungry
the road.
and having a difficult time. So, why
Well, I
you know
live in a
what?
good
Why don't we
community,
look
so I
that up?
probably won't see any of that. But the point is that
Yeah,
look,
good
look,
for you.
all
Isn't
I
that
have
great
is-
for you?
Well, great for you too. You live in a pretty nice area as well. I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I got lucky.
You know, like, well, no, you worked hard, bro, and you're not a piece of shit. Didn't get knocked up at fucking 14 and didn't get addicted to crack.
Again, I don't know
You know,
what their
that's
situation
a
is.
factor.
I had good parents. Is it possible
Right.
that anyway,
That's
let me
real important. You had two parents, right? And went to college. You know, this
Hold
is
on.
kind of like if it's almost as if you followed the factors that like almost unequivocally lead to better outcomes. You know, like anybody, right? Like if anybody does what you did, it seems like it'll work almost always. You know. But anyways, the issue that I have with Snap, bro, it's not that I don't want people to eat, dude. Obviously, I like people eating. I just think that, I mean, you might not believe me because you didn't live my experience, but I mean, my experience is similar to that of many other people that lived in the same circumstance that I did, which is that you notice that people become dependent on government, and it's real sad because I think that me and you can both agree that historically, at least, the United States government has had a history of oppressing black people. And it's ironic that you think that this government federally funded program is 100% looking out to help the same people that 75 years ago, they were like brutally oppressing, you know? And the problem is that, you know, any contention from like relatively moderate conservatives like me is completely like ignored because people like you on the far left just fucking lump us in with radicals, bro. But I'm not a radical. I'm just stating
You're the
facts
one
here,
sitting
bro.
there being
People can
critical about one of the most successful programs in the United States and questioning whether or not that there's even, I don't know, like how long people are on it. I don't really think that matters. Like, I don't think that's even a factor to even consider. I think if you need food, we should have a system to ensure that you don't go hungry. You and your kids don't go hungry. You and the disabled don't go hungry. You and the veteran doesn't go hungry.
But you don't want people dependent on it, bro.
I don't care.
You don't.
I don't care. No, I'd rather people eat. I'm not focused
You don't
on
care that people
whether or
are
not they're
happy,
dependent
that
on
people
it.
are
That doesn't.
independent?
Yes, that's the point of the food stamp program is that you're dependent
like, if
on a
people are
system
becoming dependent
that
on it,
allows
is
you
it-
to
is it
provide
not-
food.
It's not satisfying the point, bro.
Yeah.
You just said
All right.
this.
So
Just now.
okay, so I decided to pull up how did food stamps begin, and so I'm grabbing this from history.com, and I'd like to read it to you.
Wasn't it part of the New Deal?
The U.S. food stamp program was launched at a time when the nation was facing a tragic paradox as millions of Americans suffered from hunger during the Great Depression. The country's farmers agonized under a crushing bounty. The economic collapse of the 1930s had sapped food consumers of their purchasing power, so farmers found themselves with a glut of crops and livestock. That glut, in turn, sent agricultural prices plummeting. In order to create artificial scarcity and boost prices, the U.S. Department of Agriculture under President Franklin D. Roosevelt initially paid farmers to plow under their fields and slaughter their pigs. The destruction of food at a time when so many stomachs rumbled sparked an outcry that prompted the Federal Surplus Commodities Corporation, or FSCC, a New Deal agency established in 1933 to instead purchase excess food and distribute it directly to the needy at little or no cost. This initiative, however, dampened businesses for grocers and food wholesalers who complained of government interference and unfair competition in the marketplace. Facing triple problems of farm surpluses, weak sales for grocers, and hungry citizens at a time of 17% unemployment, the FSCC hoped tiny paper squares could solve this trilemma. Rochester, New York, then became the petri dish for new government-run economic experiments. Food stamps debut in Rochester, New York. On the morning of May 16, 1939, FSCC officials watched anxiously as they opened their doors inside the Rochester's old post office to launch the country's latest relief measure. As newspaper reporters and photographers jockeyed for position to document history in the making, the first position in line approached a cashier window. Ralston Thayer, a 35-year-old machinist who had been out of work for nearly a year, handed the clerk $4 from his latest unemployment check and received $4 in orange stamps in return, as well as 2 of blue stamps for free. The orange food stamps could be redeemed at any of the 1,200 participating Rochester groceries for any goods on the shelves, while blue stamps could only be used to buy surplus agricultural items such as butter, eggs, prunes, flour, oranges, cornmeal, and beans. Grocers could exchange the food stamps for money at commercial banks and the FSCC offices. I have never received surplus foods before, but the protest seems simple enough, and the procedure seems simple enough, and I certainly intend to take advantage of it, Thayer told reporters. Throughout the day, approximately 2,000 Rochester residents followed Thayer's footsteps. For every $1 oranges stamps they bought, they received 50 cents worth of blue stamps for free, thereby expanding their purchasing power by 50%. That afternoon, waves of customers poured into Rochester's grocery stores with their crisp new booklets of orange and blue stamps in hand. Here's an example of one of the orange stamps available for you to look at.
Okay.
Food stamps recipients approved of the new program, which gave a greater choice in what to eat beyond just surplus items being handed out of the government. Okay. The point that I'm trying to make with you is that people were hungry prior to there being food stamps. And the reason why they made food stamps is because people were hungry. That's why they made food stamps. And now that food stamps has ended, that it has been, that we no longer have funding for food stamps, guess we're going to go back to people going hungry. Wouldn't that follow?
We're not in the same conditions. I mean, we're not living under the same conditions, but I feel like we're being a dead horse here. Like, obviously, like, at the end of the day, dude, you know that I'm not against food stamps. I'm not against people receiving government assistance.
Then why are you critical towards it?
Because of the outcomes of the way it is being...
the outcomes are very good. We have very beneficial outcomes. For every dollar that's put into food stamps, we get $1.80 back.
Right.
That's an 80% gain on investment. Find that in the market.
Geez, the outcome of people being fed is not the issue that I'm having. The issue is dependency. But you don't want to recognize that.
I don't give a fuck about dependency. If people need to eat, they need to eat.
Right? But the problem is that the dependency creates
We're moving around in circles. It was nice talking to you, Extremo.
Well, hold up, bro. I just want to say this real quick before we end the conversation. You don't mind giving me the last word? Two things. One, last time we spoke, you said something to Daniel that really hurt my feelings, bro. You said that I would kick my kid out of the house if they came out as gay, bro. I find that highly offensive, bro. You know that's not me, bro. You know that's not me, bro. You know I'm not a bigot against homosexuals. Would you do that? I don't care. Why would I do that, bro?
I'm asking you.
No, why would I? No, dude. I think that is cool.
Fabulous, great. I love that. That's good.
If they were liberals and fucking pink-haired fucking extremists, then I would kick them out.
Okay,
but
so you would kick them out. All right, cool. Good talk.
Well, yeah, if they're like super liberals. And then second, bro, right. I just want to say that Bo is such a lightweight at drinking that a strong gust will blow him away.
All right, good talk.
Salam alaikum, bud.
Jesus Christ. That was a goddamn nightmare. Not Malthusian says, hint, people are always hungry. You're welcome. Yeah, they are. And also, again, like if you're too poor to afford food and you're in the richest country on planet Earth, why don't we have a system where people don't have to go hungry? And by the way, we do have that system. It's called SNAP. And we can use SNAP to feed people. And we actually, even though the government is shut down, there's a ton of money available for SNAP specifically under situations of where the government gets shut down or if there's a problem with the funding. Great. Fabulous. We have a contingency budget. They won't release the contingency budget. Republicans in office are openly okay with pulling food out of children, disabled people's, veterans' mouths. Y'all voted for this. Have fun. AWOL says the nightmare's about to get worse. I'm calling with the exact same subject. Oh, jeez. You're not against food stamps too, are you? Please tell me you're not against food stamps. Jesus. Yo, when is the do I get to a new zone in this?
As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you.
I don't fucking know. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218.
Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a... On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll.
Do I go to a new zone yet? When is the new zone? Is there a new zone I get to go to? Buds McCool says, libs do that, bro. They speak of a different topic instead of focusing on the topic at hand. I did focus on the topic at hand. It's a really good weapon. That's a really good helmet. What the hell? Okay, I'll take it. I like the lion. Is this like a new... Am I actually in the... Are we actually now in the official expansion? Hello, Nicky says, can I call? I'm bored. Of course you can. We're taking calls. 202-998-5218. Call in. More than happy to hear you out. Oh my. GGM says, I'm under work, but he also has no family. I suppose all his disposable income goes to new butt plugs so he doesn't have to give a shit. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I'm playing on my computer and I saw that you were on here, so I decided to jump on.
What's your name?
My name's Nick. I'm Hello Nicky.
Okay.
But
what you want to talk about,
yeah.
Nick?
I don't know. Maybe the immigration.
Immigration. Okay.
Like I'm.
It's a pretty
for
broad
it.
subject.
I assume you're against it.
Against immigration?
Oh no, not immigration. I'm sorry. The illegal immigration, like what's happening with ICE currently.
Yes, I'm very much against what ICE is doing right now.
Do you believe like I believe that there's like just too many illegal immigrants. That is kind of why I feel the way. I'm not turning this all the way off because I can hear myself now.
I agree. If you make a system that's very difficult for people to follow and there's not a clear path, and the only way that you can kind of navigate this path is often with like a lawyer, and even they make mistakes. on when to file for paperwork and when to get the next thing. There's no very clear pathway that a person can become a citizen of the U.S., which results in increased amounts of illegal immigration. A lot of people that are spent several years waiting on a wait list in order to have a chance at a green card, let alone citizenship. And they end up just going, fuck it. This is too much work. This is too difficult. I'm just going to cross the border illegally because I'm desperate and I want something good for me and my family. And I think if you have a simple and clear system on how to get people a viable pathway to citizenship or green card status, then you would have less illegal immigrants.
That makes sense. I am going to do a little bit of research just real quick while we're talking, just on like the actual step-by-step before Biden opened up the border to see exactly
he didn't open up the border. He allowed asylum seekers into the country. It was the number one way that people were able to be able to legally be in this country. Because again, and this is not just like a fault of Republicans, it's also a fault of Democrats, where over time, the process creep had more and more changes put onto it to where it's like this kind of weird hodgepodge way of becoming a citizen. And it became one of the most complicated systems to be able to become a citizen. Not one person really understood the entire system as it were. They would understand pieces of it and then send you on to the next person. That's how complicated the system really was. And by 1947 Geneva Convention standards, the United States is obligated to take in asylum seekers. And so what people would do, because it was the simplest method, was to just simply claim asylum seeking. Now, it was possible that there were people that were legitimate asylum seekers and people who are illegitimate asylum seekers. They needed a court to determine whether or not that they were legitimate or illegitimate. And that's where a lot of the waiting list kind of came up, and why there was a lot of people just kind of chilling out by the border. And what ended up resulting in that, when Donald Trump took office, he just closed this option, effectively breaking United States Geneva Convention standards in favor of a new standard of don't let anybody in at all. And so it turned the waiting list from hundreds of thousands of people to zero. But to me, I'm just kind of like thinking, all you're doing is just like looking at some dust that's by a rug, and rather than taking care of the dust, you just kind of like swept it under the rug and then walked away. Like it didn't actually fix the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see there was a very long waiting list, sometimes up to 25 years. So I guess the reason I don't know why I think the way I think. The reason, I guess, though, is because I feel that with too much of an influx at such a short amount of time, it can't possibly be good. I mean, on the low end, we let in, 5 million people? That seems like a lot of people just coming in. According to many reports, according to Elon Musk, just a few, probably about 2 months ago now, came out and did like I don't know if it was a TED Talk or just a normal everyday just talk. But he came out and said that people were allowed, immigrants that came in, they received a, like, you know, the court case, or you come to court in however many years, and while they're waiting to be in court, technically they are allowed to be here because they're waiting on court.
Yes.
So then they are allowed to apply for a temporary Social Security card so that they can go find work and do this other things. And they have found that a lot of those people have also they matched those Social Security numbers given to those immigrants to a lot of funds, Medicaid and food stamps. Technically meaning illegal aliens are receiving these things, which is becoming
this
a hindrance.
is empirically false based off of USDA statistics. I've actually showed these statistics. Overwhelmingly, the people who are receiving food stamps is people who are in the Bible Belt. It's white Americans. A grand majority is white Americans receiving food stamps.
70% of the population. Of course, we would take up
That's
more
correct.
than. Yeah,
it's
but I mean,
not even
if
close.
you went
And
by
just
a-
FYI, right? You actually have to have a legal right to be here in this country. You have to have a green card, not a temporary social security number. You have to have a green card or better. What's better than a green card is citizenship. And a green card is already very difficult to get a hold of.
Yes.
So overwhelmingly, the people who are receiving food stamps are not immigrants.
Oh yes, overwhelmingly, of course. I'm not saying that even
Even by
just saying
percentage,
1%.
even by percentage, like if I just took the percentage of white people that are on food stamps and the percentage of immigrants on food stamps, it's white people.
Well, if you went, per capita, then it would. Well, maybe on
Yes,
those
per
two
capita.
very specific. Yeah, if you went by those
We've gone
two
over
very
these
specific
statistics.
ones,
We've proven these off of the USDA.gov website. You'll have to take my word for it. I don't think I should have to rehash it, but we
no,
know
you don't
these
have to.
statistics.
Yes, I do know these statistics. But I'm just saying, I'm not saying in any way that like they're, the biggest strain on, American tax dollars ever or anything like that. I do believe that they are taking more money than they are giving money because there are
Also
illegal aliens
false.
that do pay taxes.
Yeah, that's also false. There's numerous economics journals that are able to empirically show that the amount that immigrants are pulling out of the system, they're often far contributing more into the system. And the reason why is because a lot of these people don't actually receive federal benefits because you need to be a citizen of the United States in order to receive the federal benefits. Things like Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid are all things which require either citizenship or green card status holding. And most of these people don't even have that.
So are you saying that there are no illegal aliens receiving benefits?
No.
Or just a very small amount?
Much smaller amount than white Americans. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And just so you're aware, right?
Of the population.
You don't see
have to make that distinction.
You also don't see like a mix of people doing like the hardest jobs you can think of in America. Like, have you looked at construction workers? Have you looked at who's doing roofing jobs in the middle of July? You observe overwhelmingly it's Hispanics.
Yes, yeah, they are the most hardworking people I know.
Yeah, so like they're working super hard, and by the way, they're providing taxes through FICA because they have to get employed by somebody, and that guy has to have a valid corporation. They have to, even if it's a sole proprietorship, provide tax information, and so they're paying taxes.
Yes. Well, I mean, I said that too. They do pay taxes.
Yeah, and they don't get any Medicare or
know.
Medicaid or Social Security or any of those things, but all of those things are being taken out of their paychecks.
I only know two people, two families. They're both illegal, and they both receive food stamps.
Hold on. First of all,
neither one of them are supposed to be in this country at all.
First of all, having a green card status, are you saying that their green card has expired?
Oh, no. They're afraid of getting pulled over. They're afraid of talking to cops. They are 100% not legal to be here.
Okay, then you're talking about an instance of fraud.
Yes.
We already went over what the USDA does in terms of fraud. They pull you off of the system as soon as they discover you. And there have been thousands of people that were discovered and removed from the system. So this is just, again, you're talking about 41 million people that are on this system. I mean, I'm sure there's bound to be instances of fraud, and they go out of their way to investigate and remove people that are running off of that kind of system.
Well, it's the government, and it's everything in the government runs extremely slow. And I do not
true.
believe that. Have you ever been to the DMV?
Yet the DMV is not the same thing as the USDA. Those are two different systems. There's systems that run very efficiently, and there's some systems that run like shit. I agree with you. The DMV runs like shit. The USDA is not one of those systems.
Well, what brings you?
Sorry, hold on, I'm typing. But I just, according to the things that I've read, they pay lots, $31 billion or something like that in taxes every year.
Yeah, you're feeding. Wait, hold on. Are you saying immigrants, or are you talking about food stamps?
Oh yeah, no. Out of illegal aliens or illegal immigrants, they pay upwards of $31 million or $1 billion in taxes every year.
Let me look that up.
But they receive over 150.
Hold on.
I wish I could remember which thing this is on, because I was actually doing that not long ago. I was looking it up on my thing, doing research.
Yeah.
I like to. I like to watch streamers on Twitch, but not usually do I find people that are actually talking about anything. A lot of them just say, Trump is just bad, and then they just dog on everything he says and does. And
yeah. Okay, so here we go. IRS estimates that about 6 million unauthorized immigrants file individual income tax returns each year. Research viewed by the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office indicates that between 50 and 75% of unauthorized immigrants pay federal, state, and local taxes. Illegal immigrants are estimated to pay about $7 billion per year into Social Security. In addition, they spend billions of dollars per year, which supports the U.S. economy and helps create new jobs. The Texas State Comptroller reported in 2006 that the 1.4 million unauthorized immigrants in Texas added almost $18 billion to the gross state product and contributed $1.58 billion in state revenue, while costing the state about $1.16 billion in the services used. So, net positive.
That's good. What about the entire country? Does it say that, or do we have to Google something else? You're playing a game. You don't have to.
No, I mean, I'll pull up the info. I can pause the game. That's not a problem. What the hell is this?
Do you believe? Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm trying to jump into a different thing. My brain jumps all over the place. I'm sorry. All right. So,
hold on. Hold on. I'm looking. Here's the key findings. Undocumented immigrants paid 96 point. This is from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, by the way. Undocumented immigrants paid $96.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in 2022. Most of that amount, $59.4 billion, was paid to the federal government, while the remaining $37.3 billion was paid in state and local governments. Undocumented immigrants paid federal, state, and local taxes $8,889 per person in 2022. In other words, for every 1 million undocumented immigrants who reside in the country, public services received $8.9 billion in additional tax revenue. More than a third of the tax dollar paid by undocumented immigrants goes towards payroll taxes dedicated to funding programs that these workers are barred from accessing. Undocumented immigrants paid $25.7 billion in Social Security, $6.4 billion in Medicare, $1.8 billion in unemployment insurance taxes in 2022. At the state and local levels, slightly less than half, 46% or $15.1 billion of the tax payments made by undocumented immigrants are through sales and excise taxes levied on their purchases. Most other payments are made through property taxes, such as those levied on homeowners and renters, 31% or $10.4 billion, or through personal business income taxes, 21% or $7 billion. 6 states raised more than $1 billion each in tax revenue from undocumented immigrants within their borders. Those states are California at $8.5 billion, Texas at $4.9 billion, New York at $3.1 billion, Florida at $1.8 billion, Illinois at $1.5 billion, and New Jersey at $1.3 billion. In a large majority of states, 40, undocumented immigrants pay higher state and local taxes than the top 1% of households living within their borders. Income tax payments in undocumented immigrants are affected by laws that require them to pay more than otherwise similarly situated U.S. citizens. Undocumented immigrants are often barred from receiving meaningful tax credits and sometimes do not claim refunds when they are owed due to lack of awareness, concern of their immigration status, or insufficient access to tax preparation assistance. Providing access to work authorization for undocumented immigrants would increase their tax contributions both because their wages would rise and because the rates of tax compliance would increase. Under a scenario where authorization is provided to all concurrent undocumented immigrants, their tax contributions would rise by $40.2 billion per year to $136.9 billion. Most of the new revenue raised in this scenario, $33.1 billion, would flow from federal government, while the remainder, $7.1 billion, would flow to states and localities. Does that help?
Yes, I found the same article at the same time. It says if legalized, contributions could raise to a lot. What I'm still finding, although that is the highest that I have found on the taxes paid by undocumented immigrants, I have also, because I have seen it as low as $32 billion, but that is on conservative sites like FAIR. I'm also seeing on the low end $150 billion to $180 billion in dependent welfare,
Where
services,
are you getting that?
education. Also FAIR, and there's CBO.
Who's
FAIR? One of them says Manhattan Institution says 1.15 trillion, but I doubt that.
That's not possible.
That's way too much.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's not possible at all. But although even at 96 billion, I mean, I guess 50 billion is not much of a difference considering, I mean, we give that to other countries every day. Well, not every day, but you know what I mean.
No, that's a sizable chunk of money.
Well, in the net scheme of things, we do give away lots and lots of money. The reason
you can thank Donald Trump for that. I think he decided to put money into Argentina instead of American farmers here. That was weird.
Oh yeah, at least it wasn't the hundreds of billions of dollars we sent to Ukraine for no reason.
Oh, that's not no reason. We don't want to give more power to an Axis power that is against the United States interests. There's also the fact that they're known. There's also the fact that they're known specifically for bullying their neighbors, which are their neighbors include our allies. So no, yes, not for no reason. Definitely for a very clear reason.
Ukraine is not technically one of our allies.
Anyway, I didn't want to get into like a Ukraine talk with you. Like I wanted to just stick on the.
I don't know about it anyway.
Reading what we have read, wouldn't you agree that immigrants are a net positive? Like just strictly economically speaking.
Are definitely a net positive.
Okay.
I wasn't saying that either. I'm not against immigration in general. I'm simply just against the very high influx of illegal immigrants over the last few years. So not like immigration, and we need immigration.
Hear me
Of
out. You
course
know
we
what I
do.
would do? You're going to love this idea. Let's say I just took in, 100,000 new workers, brand new, ready to work workers. Guess what? Guess what I'm doing? You know what I'm going to do? I, as the United States government, put them to work. I create giant infrastructure projects for whatever we're short on. Like, are we short on housing? Are we short on hospitals? Are we short on schools? Are we short on whatever it is? We emphasize building those things. And then we do that with the influx of people that just came into the country. And then boom, I have a big, robust, functioning economy, as opposed to, like, I don't know, whatever xenophobia that the Republicans want to push.
Oh yeah, that makes sense, and I like that. The reason I am saying these words, I guess I'm not getting it out fast enough or not wording it correctly. Well, I definitely haven't even said these words, so definitely not wording it correctly. We don't know who all has come in. Now,
that's why I want
countries,
a valid pathway to citizenship, so that way we know who's coming into the country. As opposed to what we have now, where we don't accept a single immigrant, which means that these people are now going to, likely to things like cartel to ship in immigrants. Right?
Oh,
like,
well,
if you think like illegal
before
immigration is like zero, just because you have no people showing up at the border, that doesn't mean that people aren't coming into the country.
Oh yeah, no, there is definitely still illegal immigration, and that's technically fine. But I'm just saying, overall, all they had to do was give a name, and then they got put onto a bus and sent to whatever state they wanted to. And we don't know.
Also,
they
not
got a
true.
piece of paper to go to court.
You're reading propaganda.
I may be
That's not the
exaggerating on the
case.
simplicity of it, but that is generally what happened. It was as quick and easy as that. Like, they came into America, got put on,
Well, I think people should have
signed a
a
piece of paper
valid
that-
pathway to citizenship, and then the illegal method would just be silly. The only reason why you would want to then avoid the legal method would be, you're actually a dangerous person that is wanted in another country. That would be the only reason. Otherwise, you would just go the legal pathway if it's a simple process.
But the reason why I keep bringing this up, and I don't know why I haven't said these words yet already, is because I just don't. We don't know who they are, which means that gives the chance, and the chance in my eyes is good enough. But the chance that some of these people are coming over with not good intentions.
I agree. That's why we
American
want to
citizens.
have a valid pathway to citizenship, so people stop
Well,
wanting to skirt the law. Here's the
yes,
thing.
I
It's
agree
kind of
with-
it's kind
I
of like
agree
in
with
the
you
where
on
I
this.
think of like I don't know if you ever like read anything on like behavioral economics, but you can really influence people's behavior by just simply moving the systems around in such a way that gives the desired behavior. Take, for example, I think there's like an example as a fly. There were people that were splashing. This is going to be kind of a funny example. They were using a urinal and they would splash, all over the place with these urinals. And so scientists came in to take a look at like the shape of the urinal, and they found that there was a very particular spot. Like if you aimed at that spot, splashing was minimal, effectively reducing the amount of labor that a janitor had to do. And so what they did is that they put a little fly sticker on that spot, and then boom, the janitor stopped having to clean up so much urine. So
I do remember hearing about something like that, stickers, a long time ago.
So, okay, my point
understand-
is that, like, if you see, for example, a bridge that doesn't have any guardrails and a bunch of people are falling off the bridge, I probably wouldn't blame the people falling off the bridge. I'd probably just install some guardrails. And so if you're talking about, hey, there's all sorts of these illegal immigrants, there's a lot of people seeking asylum. Well, the reason why they're doing that is because we created a broken system that makes it pretty difficult to become a citizen of the United States. So they go path of least resistance. So my goal would be, hey, make a system where it's easy to understand and anybody can follow, and then we don't have that problem anymore.
Yes, I don't want to. I mean, I do want to stress. I believe you. I mean, I trust you, and I. That's what I'm saying too. We need an easier way for people to come here. I'm not. I'm just saying that the chances of the people that have come over recently not being, not having the best intentions are too high. And
did you ever hear like the violent crime was actually lower among illegal immigrants than it was among citizens? Like violent crime? Did you know that?
I don't know how you got that number. Are you talking per capita, or are you talking like, and not just per capita,
per
but
capita.
like per capita?
Yes, per capita.
Are you?
And it actually makes sense because if you get in trouble, you get immediately deported. Like, even if you're like on process of like green card status, a lot of people, what happens is they realize that if they commit a crime, they're likely going to get investigated. And if they get investigated, they get deported, and they really, really don't want to get deported. So what they do is,
when did this start happening?
This is known statistics. These are fully available. You could just Google this, and I'm not lying to you when I'm saying that this is the case. Like, this is what I mean. Like, there's a lot of like right-wing pundits that keep saying the same stupid thing, but they don't actually like reference any statistics. In fact, they make up their own. Like, they just go to like, I mean, you saw like the one that chart that I showed earlier of the amount of people that were like on SNAP benefits. That chart was completely fabricated. There's no basis behind it. And it was like just made by, and that was posted on Fox News. It was propagated all over Twitter. It was like, yeah, this is what it is. Fucking idiots. They have no idea what's going on.
I don't think I was watching when you put on the.
Oh, sorry. It was like a chart that says like, oh, a majority of like the people are like, Somalis and Iraqis.
Okay. I was
and
wondering why you were
it's
saying
just
the
nonsense.
majority, because I was like, that's not possible. How would the majority of people be illegal aliens on food stamps? But
Yes.
anyways, so I lost my page. So are you saying that, let's say I was an illegal alien and I punched somebody and I got arrested for battery?
Yeah.
At what point would I get deported?
Oh, very high propensity you're getting deported that day.
That day. Okay, so all the people
if they find out that
people...
you're not a citizen, that's they contact ICE, you're gone that day.
And that's in every state.
I wouldn't say every state. It depends. It depends. I would say, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen lots of news articles.
Like me personally, I would say, hey, I would say, I personally like treating people as they are other people, and so I would treat them similar to how I would a citizen who assaulted somebody. Right.
Well,
like I wouldn't deport them. I would put them in jail. I would, have legal fees and fines and possibly jail time, a court date, all of those things.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I'm questioning that specific thing is because I've heard lots of times this person, blah, 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 illegal alien, has been arrested 5 times, just murdered this person or just raped this person.
I'm sure,
like,
again, you're talking about millions of people. I'm sure you could find one instance of one thing where a bad thing happened. I agree with you. We want to minimize bad thing happen. That's why that you have a valid pathway to citizenship so we know who's coming into the country.
Yes, and I agree with you on that part. I'm just saying that it's not all bad to okay, so if you go over to, some other country, France, I seriously doubt you're just going to be able to just live there I mean, especially if I
A
don't
lot
know
of
what
those
the
countries
population
have
of France is.
easy. They have valid pathways to citizenship, far less complicated than the U.S.
Yeah, I don't know that I can't really say on that. I'm just saying that if you were there illegally, you would not be there illegally for very long.
Well, they'd be like, "Why are you illegal?" They would give you the things you need in order to become legal. They'd be like, "Here, you need to go to this office. Go to this office."
Oh yeah, I don't think it should be that easy.
Why not?
Because then it's the same
They're
thing.
human, just like you.
Well, yes, but
You know?
then it's the same thing. Like, oh, I want to break down. I want to do this mass. I want to give a lot of people a lot of boo-boos really fast. And then so I want to in America. So now
No boo-boos.
and it's
again,
really
the
easy.
crime of crossing a border illegally is a misdemeanor. It's not even a felony. Like it's not that big of a deal. Like you just provide them what they need so they can become citizens of the U.S. or green card status holders.
Well, yes. I mean, I don't know how easy I would want it to be. I'd have to look at like the specifics of how easy it is. Like, I don't think it should be like a 1-day class, sign, 3 pieces of paper and have the right within maybe, 2 or 3 days, maybe even a week. I don't think that it should be that fast. I think that it should be maybe, well, I guess you could come over here while you're doing it, while you're applying for everything. So you're still here, but then maybe after 2 months, do some classes. I don't think that you should have to do, I think you have to do you have to know all the presidents in order. You have to know all
weird.
these,
weird. Like it's like
Bill of
it's even
Rights.
questions that even Americans don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what are the 3 do you have any idea how many Americans don't even know what the 3 branches of government are?
Well, I think that one should be. I think you should know that one. I think most Americans should too. But the president's
Most
one
Americans don't know that one.
No, most Americans.
I don't know
probably
all
do
the
not
presidents.
know a lot of things.
I don't think I'd be
No,
able
me
to
neither.
list all the
Absolutely not.
presidents. I'm like,
I just heard the other day. I was doing some research on something, and I heard this guy's name, and I'm like, who the hell is this guy? Here's one.
yeah.
Here's one of the presidents. He didn't do anything. He died really fast, but still, he was the president. I have no idea what his name was. But yeah, I think that right now it is way too hard. It does, make it extremely hard to become a legal immigrant.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, Nick. We've been talking for about 34 minutes now, so I do want to make sure that we move on. But appreciate you calling. Are you subscribed?
I think so. Let me go back to YouTube and make sure. I mean, I see your videos all the time.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm a really small YouTuber, so I'm trying to get as many as I can to sign up for, Strat is saying if I'm live on Discord. No, I am not. Anyway, it was good talking to you, Nick. Hope to talk to you soon, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much.
I'll call back next time I see you on.
Sounds good. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Now we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Kind of curious. What does my X account look like right now? Wow. Wait, we only got 1 reply? No way. It's too early. You gotta wait for the chuds to get up. Anyway, let's do I finally get to go to a new zone? They're talking about another zone in this game. I want to go to a new zone. Okay, I get to go to Coerthus. Camp Dragonhead. Wait, is this Coerthus? No, I've been here before. Boo. Fountain unattuned. Bruh. No new zone yet. No new zone yet. I want a new zone. Should I troll more on Twitter? I do like to troll people on Twitter. Hold on. Let me... I'm going to open up a poll. Give me a poll. Hold on. Where's my channel? Live. All right, hold on. I got to make a poll. Engage, start poll. Okay. Should I troll more on Twitter or keep playing FFXIV? Troll on Twitter. FFXIV. Vote. Vote now. Vote it. Vote now. Vote. Give me... Vote. What are you doing? Vote. Vote. Go, go, go. Vote, vote, vote. We only got 3 votes. Come on. Throw me some votes. 4. Okay. So far, it looks like troll on Twitter. Come on, come on. Vote, vote, vote. Troll on Twitter or Final Fantasy 14? All right. Yeah. It's looking overwhelmingly like troll on Twitter. It's overwhelming. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to troll on Twitter for a bit and then we'll go back. Yeah, let's do that. Troll on Twitter. All right, hold on. We're going X. We haven't gotten any replies yet, but don't worry, we will. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, we will. Dear ladies, men don't like this. What? I don't really care. Why does that matter? What should the legal system do with him? Here we go. Tell him to stop. Why do right-wingers hate minorities? I hope permanent unemployment when the EBT hit. Ew. Brother, The right understands the left. The right just thinks the left is wrong and misguided. The left doesn't understand the right. So the left assumes that the right is evil. Left wing is a dove. Right wing is... Okay. My phone's ringing. Better answer it. Why is it always... It's always like just racism. Why is it always racism coming from the right? A genuine question. Why is it always racism? So now blackface is cool? This is loser behavior. Happy Halloween from Jimmy Kimmel. Is that actually Jimmy Kimmel? I don't think that's Jimmy Kimmel. White supremacy is a genuine mental illness. Yo, true and based. And surprisingly, these 2 white people are on the cover, purely coincidental. What? Why is it always racism, dude? It's always racism with these people. The reason food is so expensive is because 42 million people get it for free. That's not true. It's not going to magically lower cost. It's just going to increase food waste. Girlfriend or wife? So it's just like, what is this? Is this fat shaming now? Are we doing fat shaming? Make hearts race and handshake. Okay, this is just porn. It's just softcore porn. If black and brown children are old enough to experience weight racism, white children are old enough to learn about it. Well, based, true. Atrocities like this are why the British Museum is necessary, and you will never convince me otherwise. Some regimes and countries aren't willing or equipped to care for their ancient heritage at all. If Europeans keep it safe, so be it. I think this is like, what is this? This is like the Somali civil war that's been going on. Horrible. No, I'm sorry. It's not even a civil war. It's just between two warring factions. We invented everything. Meanwhile, they are practically living in 500 BC. Hold on. I wonder if this could have anything to do with the fact we have been extracting resources from the global south for hundreds of years. Also, why are right-wingers always racist? I won't agree to disagree on human rights. Yo, true. There we go. True. Have a follow. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone numbers 202-998-5218. If you want to have a conversation, we can. We can do it. Oh, I already have them followed. Great idea. Great move. Mating displays around children are beyond creepy.
Happy Tuesday, teacher outfit of the day. I love my outfit today. I'm obsessed with these pants. They're Abercrombie. They're the pleather pants. They just have the best fit. I've had them for 3 years, and I just always find myself reaching for them. This.
You're on the line with First Amender.
What is up, First?
What's up, AWOL? How you doing?
I'm good. How's your day going?
Good. I'm thinking that I want to. What should I get? Pizza or Indian? I don't know. I don't know what I want.
Pizza, definitely pizza.
Not Indian? Do you like Indian?
Of course not. No.
Dude, you got to try chicken korma. You got to try it. It is
thank you.
Fire. Have you seen it?
So,
Do you know what it looks like? It looks great. It's delicious.
I'm sure it does. So I wanted to pick up where you and Extremo were talking about.
Hold on. Before we start, before we get into the weeds, okay. I want to talk to you about chicken korma.
Okay, so look at the time if you want to.
All right, 12 seconds. 12 seconds behind. Tell me this looks like crap. This looks amazing. Wouldn't you eat it? I'd eat it. Why not? It's chicken. I love chicken.
Wait a minute. Are you implying because I'm black, I'm going to like it because it's chicken?
Everybody likes chicken. It's chicken. I honestly don't know why that, like, for whatever reason, stuck on black people. They're like, oh, black people, they like chicken. They like fried chicken. I'm like, who doesn't like fried chicken? It's fried chicken. What? It's fried. What? Everybody likes chicken. It's chicken.
No, I wouldn't eat that. It looks like it'll drop your testosterone levels.
It's chicken. It's got protein.
Yeah, okay, if you say so. So first, I think that you missed the whole point of your conversation with Extremo. I think that you got very sensitive and emotional, and then your empathy kicked in, and you started debating whether SNAP was important. And I don't think that's what he was talking about at all.
Okay, he was
He
saying
was
that
asking
there's
about
what? That there's
dependency.
people like they stay dependent on it. To me, I don't really like whether or not that they're dependent on it doesn't actually matter to me, right? Because at the end of the
It
day,
should matter, though.
what I see in the United States is that we are the richest country on planet Earth. And the fact is that there are people where they need that dependency, right? They need it because they can't do it on their own. And there are an X group of people where there are various socioeconomic factors that make it very difficult for somebody. Like, here's the thing. My mom, you know, she came to the United States following my dad. And, you know, she thought that she was going to have a happy life in the United States. My mom followed my dad to the end of the earth, you know, going to a completely new country that didn't even speak her language. And this was at the time, you know, my dad, he was working and my mom was working. They could afford some kids. They had some kids. They had me. They had my brother. And then my dad just, he didn't really work that hard. He didn't, you know, he was unable to hold a job for very long because he had a severe form of attention deficit disorder, which made it difficult for him to maintain his job. And, you know, my mom was sitting there, you know, they were trying to survive off of one paycheck. You know, my mom was the only one bringing in money and she wasn't really bringing in all that much. You know, again, she could barely speak English. She was doing what she could to survive. And she happened to be a skilled graphic designer and was able to do graphic design work for various newspapers, doing everything she could. She even took a paper route just to like supplement the income to try to help out. But my mom was sick and tired of the fact that my dad wasn't contributing at all. And my mom's like, I don't have 2 kids. I have 3 kids. My dad is sitting there with ideas on how to start a business when there's no money in the account. And my dad would tell my mom, you know, oh, just take out a credit card. You can pay for like horrible financial advice. And my mom didn't know better, right? There were no credit cards in her country. That wasn't a thing, you know? And so she's like, okay, I guess I can do this. And she would like trust my dad. And so what ended up happening is, you know, my mom was just sick and tired of it. She separated from my dad because my dad just wouldn't do it. And my mom was scrambling, trying to find like a person to help with taking care of 2 kids. My mom needed food stamps. We needed food stamps. And
Okay.
and yes, the answer is we are dependent on the food stamps. But as soon as we started making more money, you know, we get off of food stamps. This is why food stamp recipients, they have to reapply every year. They have to constantly show on paper that, hey, this is our finances. This is why we need food stamps. And by the way, it's not like even food stamps covers all of it. It just covers some of it. So it's like, it's just an additional help.
Come on, man. Take a break. Come on. Now, like your life story is very intriguing. Thank you for that insight into your world. If we back up just a little bit, though, the thing with the dependency that we were talking about or supposed to be talking about, did your mother or your father resort to robbing or stealing?
No, because they had food stamps.
Okay. If they didn't, would you condemn them if they have resorted to that?
No, I would completely understand why you would rob for food. I would completely understand. I'd be like, dude, you have 2 kids dependent on you. They can't work. They need food. Like I would have been, what, 8 years old? Like, what am I supposed to do? I don't know anything about food insecurity. But I was definitely food insecure. My parents were broke as shit. And my dad, he didn't really help all that much. Albeit my dad loved me very much.
I'm curious about, you know, I know that you want a lot of social safety nets. How much is it?
Not a whole lot. I mean, I think I took food stamps as a kid. I didn't really have a choice in that. My parents did that. The next one that I took was I took FAFSA. And I think I suppose if you include the Donald Trump $1,000 paycheck during COVID.
Well, first, what I'm getting at is that a lot of the situations that your family were in were the choices that were being made amongst your parents also. Not just that the government and that you were poor, but also how they chose to solve those problems, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Your father not holding the job down is one of the reasons why you fell into like the financial woes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When I'm asking about the dependency part of it, how long does the government take care of someone because they make poor choices? And I know what you said about your father having a condition. Well, what I'm saying is if a grown able-bodied person doesn't keep a job, how long does the government take care of them?
Till you don't need it anymore.
Well, see, now here's the problem. If you're saying there's someone who can't keep a job, won't they always need the government's help?
Yes.
And the reason they'll need that help is because they can't keep a job.
Yes.
What if I'm the type of person who's just a late sleeper and I just never get to work on time? So I never hold a concrete job for a long time.
Okay.
Do I deserve to be on the government's payroll?
I don't know. Do you have a form of narcolepsy? Then yeah.
No, I'm not talking about narcolepsy. Don't give me.
I don't know. I don't know what they're going through. I don't know. I don't know
lazy.
what's happening. You know. I just think we should help people, especially in the fact that we're the richest country on planet Earth. There's no reason a person should go hungry in the U.S.
Sir, you've hit that richest thing a bunch of times. We know that. What I'm talking about is that I have no problems with someone who's disabled, someone who is mentally ill. I understand if a family is poor and they need a helping hand at a time. What I'm saying to you is if someone is always given something and they're able-bodied, they'll get used to that thing. Do you agree with that?
Sorry, you'll have to repeat it. I was reading a comment that I don't really understand. A lot of ignorance in these comments. I can tell people are just getting their information from the news or biased sources that don't actually do real research. We do real research on this channel all the time. Sorry. Go.
Your research sucks first.
What? Using basic sources and like empirical analysis from some paper somewhere, that's fine. Right? As opposed to what? Watching some stupid podcast, not reading, not like, what do you mean?
First, you were having a conversation with a guy about immigration, and the topic was how many immigrants spoke English. And you were saying it was 90%, right?
Yes.
Okay, but that paper was from like 2015.
So?
Yes, it was.
If you have a newer paper, fine, I would look at it. But obviously there's going to be a time gap between, like these papers don't just automatically renew themselves every single year. And if there's like lacking data on it, I'm just going to go with, okay, well, what's the closest thing we have to today?
Okay, so 10 years ago, do you think that number of 90% would stand now?
I have no reason why it would like shift dramatically in the opposite direction.
Yo, you're so shifty. Come on, man. That doesn't even make any sense.
I'm saying like I'm not aware of any system that would be like, oh, I'm just not going to learn English. Like you have to understand that these people, they know economically that it would benefit them to learn English. So they do. They go out of their way to learn English. My mom went out of her way to learn. My entire family is Hispanic.
Oh my God.
They all went out of their way to learn English because they knew economically they would do better knowing English.
That is excellent. I actually agree with you. So if what you're saying is that when someone is poor, they make the right choices economically, it can help them, correct?
Yes and no.
Well, see, before you go to the no part, I'm just curious about something because I always feel like you have problems actually pointing the finger or putting blame on someone's actual choices. Not everything is the system. Not everything is the neighborhood you grew up in. Some of it is the choices you make while you're there.
Okay.
And I think that you give like a a kind of open hand to like, oh, well, they're in a poor environment, so they don't know any better. They can't do any better.
I'm saying if there are systems that make it worse, like fundamentally, wouldn't it make sense to fix those systems as opposed to just blame it on the person, the victim of the system?
Well, I agree and disagree. I agree that the system should be fixed. But let's say that I grew up in a very poor section. No, stop first, stop. If I grow up in a very poor section of town, I have two choices. I can either join this gang or work at McDonald's. If I choose to work at McDonald's and I earn money slowly, but I do it the right way, I'm making the right choice. I can't blame that on my society and where I am. That's my personal choice.
Well, I mean, for me, there was no gang to join.
I didn't have a choice.
I mean, for me, there was no gang to join. See the difference? If you leave that choice up to be like, oh, join a gang, right? I mean, let's be honest. Like, what causes gangs to form? It's poor socioeconomic conditions that causes gangs to form. And then there's also the fact of if there's a self-policing or the lack of policing in those districts, or that they stop trusting the police. Again, this is once again more factors of poor socioeconomic conditions. All of a sudden, the gang is an option. And I'm saying, hey, if you help the systems, if you fix the systems that enable gangs to form, then you would fix the problem.
Okay, but again, that's ignoring the part of where they decide to join a gang. First, if you were,
I didn't even have a choice to join a gang because there were no gangs to join.
Okay, so if you were in a poor section, did you choose to steal?
Oh, I stole all the time. I was a little hoodlum.
Well, maybe that's why you don't believe in accountability for your actions.
I stole all. No, I do. I do believe in accountability for my actions.
At the time,
I just also believe that there are systems that enable people to commit crime. I think, like, as a kid, you think a lot less of consequences. You think a lot less of other people because you have a poorly formed frontal cortex in your brain, which causes you to make rash decisions and irrational decision making, such as stealing, when you could be not doing that.
So what's the excuse for the people who are grown-ups who do it?
It's usually poor socioeconomic conditions that encourages stealing.
Oh my God, you are like a broken record. First, let me ask you a question.
Well, it is that. You asked the question
wait,
that I've answered, and I answer the question.
Well, okay, you're right. When you were stealing, did society make you steal?
No, I stole because I had a poorly formed prefrontal cortex. No, I had a poorly formed prefrontal cortex. I'm a dumb kid. Dumb kids steal.
Okay, you know what? A lot of dumb kids don't steal. It's a choice regardless.
It's true.
Correct?
It's true. Well, there's.
Okay, so let's take it back.
I think it's a more deterministic factor. I do. I believe it's more deterministic. I think if there are people that would likely steal if their brain is formed a specific way. I mean, thankfully, as I got older, prefrontal cortex developed just fine, and then I stopped stealing.
Well, I wouldn't say just fine, but you're all right. So look, first. So as we know, with the whole shutdown thing, with the EBT thing coming up, I asked you earlier in the comments, so you would forgive any kind of looting and rioting and things of that nature that are taking place?
Well, so I don't encourage violence of any kind. I'm saying I understand if people are going to grocery stores and stealing from grocery stores because they need to eat. That wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
All right. Here's an adult point of view that I don't think you're thinking of, okay? You said that you grew up in poverty. Yeah. People who do poverty also know how to budget at times too, correct?
Sometimes.
They know how to time the belt at times, right?
Sometimes.
Okay.
A lot of the times they end up choosing whether or not that they eat or if they keep the electricity on, which is really sad, or like skip out on rent.
Yeah, I get that part of it. I do. I really do. But what I'm saying is that let's say that I had warning that 2 months from now, my rent is going to go up by $100, but I have to stay at the place where I'm at. Wouldn't I make provisions so I'd have an extra $100?
Yeah, usually, but sometimes things don't work out properly and they need help.
Okay, first, come on, man, just calm down for a split second. So use that same example for the whole EBT thing. This whole shutdown, I understand the part about it catching some people off guard, but it's not a completely heads up. We didn't know this was going to happen, correct?
I mean, we had like 2 weeks notice.
All right. If you had
it's not a lot of notice. And also we're just kind of ripping the rug underneath everybody, 40 million people. That's not a small amount of people.
Never said it was.
Yeah, I'm just saying like that's really bad. That's going to be really bad for us and society that we do that. And by the way, we do that being the richest country on planet Earth.
Oh my God. Are you getting paid for that slogan?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I get 50 cents.
I mean, you might as well. Yeah. What's that, like your $5 with that?
Yeah, some peas, anyway, look, peas end up in a child's mouth every time I say food goes into a child's mouth every time I say we're the richest country on planet Earth, and yet people are going hungry.
Okay, I wanted to pose that thought first. But anyway, first, I don't know if you know this a lot, but people with EBT, they either do two things. They either spend almost the entire amount of their card at the beginning of the month, or they get like half of it, and then they save half for when they need things later on. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you had forewarning that your EBT card might get shut off, it would make sense, and I'm sure a lot of people already have done this, that they bought things in bulk that they could cook multiple meals with, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Do you think some people are doing that?
Yeah.
Okay. Would that be a better solution than kicking in the windows of Walmart the next day?
Well, they may be out of food now, so it doesn't surprise me that they're kicking down the Walmart today.
Okay, let's just stick to the logistics of this for a second. If they just got their food cards and bought food, they wouldn't be hungry right now yet, right?
They're at levels of desperation. I don't know what situation they're in, my dude.
Okay, let's switch this to a different perspective. I was telling you about the one that in Fayetteville just got torn up. And a guy's out there and he's filming it. And a bunch of people are walking out. They have TV sets, speakers. One dude actually had like 14 T-shirts across his arm. Do you think that these people are doing that because they're going to pawn that stuff for food, or because they want the opportunity to just get a free TV?
I don't know what they're doing with that. I don't know.
But you condone it, correct?
Condone what? I don't know what they're doing.
Okay, well, because the EBT cards are shut down, they have raided this Walmart and they've taken TV sets, speakers, clothing, and household items. Do you condone that? Yes or no?
No, I don't condone theft. I don't. In general, I don't condone
but
theft.
I'm saying it.
Well, yeah. I mean, if what you're stealing is food, and we've just ended SNAP, then yeah, it makes perfect sense why they do that.
Okay. Did I say food first? Did I say food?
No, you're just talking about clothing or TV or something.
Yeah, exactly. So stick with the actual subject. Do you condone it? Is that okay?
No. No, I don't condone theft.
Also, I have another aspect for that. The parents who decide that they're going to raid stores to get food for their children, the next logical step is that they might get arrested, correct?
Yes.
Can they provide for their children if they're in jail and they're already poor?
Can they provide food for their children if they're already poor?
No. Can they provide for their children if they're in jail?
No.
Okay, so how does that benefit them?
Well, the goal is when you steal, the goal is to not get caught.
Well, Come on, first. I mean, I think you're being obtuse on purpose
No,
right
I'm
now.
not.
We live in a world.
I'm giving you my
We
legitimate
live in a world
answer.
where people have cameras and they film themselves breaking the law.
Yeah,
So you
bro.
know because
I
we
mean,
have
like, people are
riots.
just gonna
So
walk
anything
in
like
and
that,
grab
it'll
it
be
and
on
leave,
film.
man. Like, I that's what I think is gonna happen. That's what I think will happen.
I'm sorry, repeat that first.
They're going to go to a store, grab food, and leave. That's what I think is going to happen, right? If they have kids, if they have kids waiting at home, hungry mouths waiting at home, they will do everything in their power to make sure that those kids get food. Period.
Wow. Your narrative is incredible. These people. Okay, here's the problem.
Narrative. It's 40
I'm the
million
type of
people,
person
dude.
who
This
has
isn't a
that many mouths to
narrative.
feed. It is a narrative.
No.
Because here's the problem.
It's 40
You can't
million
decide
people.
between.
Hey, well, let me ask you
But
this,
it's
right?
not
I
going to
just
be
want to
that.
be clear, right?
It's not going to be
Are
that
you-
many
are-
people who. Wait, stop. Before
I
you
just
ask
want
my
to. I just
question,
want to know. Hold on. Listen. I've answered
I will
multiple of
answer
your
question if
questions.
you answer one
I'm
to me
just
first. No, stop
genuinely
that first.
curious. No, because the
Jesus
next
Christ.
question will be another question. I'm genuinely curious.
Go
Are
ahead.
you okay with Snap?
Yes, definitely. I said that in the
Fabulous. I
beginning of the
love that.
conversation.
Good.
Just like extremo.
So
you,
why?
you
So
get
why?
all
So why
emotional and you're
are
not
you?
arguing this right
Why
point.
are you operating stuff that were to be critical of Snap when we know that Snap is very good at finding fraud?
See, you know, first, you're kind of like, you take this the wrong way. I don't care. You're like a child and I have to lead you back to the point. We're not talking about whether Snap is good or not. What we were talking about right now was dependence and violence and crime. All of that mixed together. And somehow you went back to, do you believe that Snap is good?
Yeah,
Get
because we're
back on
talking about
focus, man.
Snap.
That's
What the
that's how we
predicate
got
of this
here.
entire
Because we're talking
conversation
about,
is.
no, what we're talking about, I asked you your opinion on people rioting and looting. And then we're talking about the reasons
Yeah,
being
I mean, I'm
they're not
saying,
getting
like,
their SNAP
if
benefits.
there's food involved, then I completely get why people steal and rob for food. I'm not saying go do that,
Okay.
but
Okay.
I'm saying
So here
I
I'm
get
gonna
it.
lead you
I
right back to
understand
the
why
same
somebody
point.
would be that way. I don't think I'd blame them for wanting to get food to their kids, like, or themselves, or, you know, family members, or the infirmed, or a veteran. Like, I don't really care.
And see, that's what I talked about when I said the narrative. You can't blame a criminal for being a criminal unless you have to give
What do you
somebody
mean?
some
I'll
kind
blame
of noble.
criminals for being criminals. I just think that this is a justified reason to, there's somewhat of a justified reason there.
Well, the justified reason by your view is that,
They
okay,
need
this
to
person
eat.
has 6.
People need to eat.
Shut the fuck. Come on, first.
That's
Shut
the
up
justified
for a minute, man.
reason. The
I was
justified
just
reason is the
saying
richest
that.
country
Shut
on
up.
planet Earth, but people can't eat.
Oh my God! And not only are you interrupting, you're repeating yourself with
Yeah,
the same slogan.
I am.
Stop
I
it.
love that slogan. It's a good slogan,
First Amendment.
right? Because there's
First.
no
See, you're deflecting.
response
You're
to it.
deflecting because you're
I'm not
sensitive
deflecting.
and
I'm
your
pointing
empathy
out the
has been
problem. I'm pointing out, hey, this is fucked
You're
up.
not pointing out the problem because
Yeah,
you're
I
not
am.
talking about the problem we're talking about. I'm talking about the problem of looting. You're talking about the problem of people starving, right?
Yeah, I'm saying when people are hungry
Okay.
and they have
So you're
nowhere to
saying from
go
your
for
perspective.
food, they're going to steal food. That's how that works. You know, the Spartans
Okay, first.
stole food.
First, I am not saying that there won't be hungry people who would steal food. What I'm saying to you is there's going to be just as many people who are going to take an opportunity to break, shatter, and destroy stuff and take the TV if they can.
Probably,
That's
yeah.
what I'm
I mean,
talking
it does increase civil unrest when you lack food security. Yeah, I get it.
So when you paint the
Maybe
picture of
we
someone
should,
who's
like,
I've
I don't
got-
know, release those funds so that way Snap can continue running despite the government shutdown. Maybe the Trump administration has a way to do that. Don't you think it's horrible that the Trump administration is doing that? That there's literal funds that are actually available, but Trump will not release it in order to increase damage for political purposes? Do you find that concerning?
I actually do agree with you on that, but I
Based.
also think that the Democrats are using this same crisis for their own platform.
I
think that they
disagree
want
with
it.
that. I
I
mean, the
think
people
that
who are
they-
in power
Wait.
are all
You asked me a
Republicans.
question, let me answer it. I think they're using it for their own platform because it spans flames and it fits a narrative that they want to push also.
Okay. Even though
Okay.
the Republicans
So-
can end that immediately by just signing one piece of paper, but okay.
Well, didn't the Democrats all just vote against it just the other day?
They didn't.
Are you sure about that? Didn't they just
Yes.
roll that lie?
You're telling me that Democrats voted against releasing funds for food stamps?
No, about the government shutdown itself.
They're trying to get into negotiations regarding the Affordable Care Act subsidies that were placed during COVID and wanting an extension on that. Because without that, the Affordable Care Act extensions would go from, I think, paying $200 a month up to now it's $800. That's what they're fighting for. And the Republicans don't want it. They don't want it at all. They'd rather just get rid of it entirely. What?
Did they vote on that yesterday?
If they have, I'm not aware of it.
I'm pretty certain they voted against that yesterday.
Source?
Couldn't give it to you.
You couldn't give it to me?
No,
What?
because there was some live broadcast from. It was about the government shutdown. And they were talking about the Democratic vote.
All right, let's look this up. AP News. Tariffs are
Well,
Trump's
Amanda,
favorite
while you were-
foreign policy tool. Let me see. I'll just hit U.S. East Wing ballroom donations
way,
by
Chris, you
corporate
never,
owners create awkward moments for news outlets. AP has declared winners of election for nearly 180 years. This is why how race calls are made. Government shutdown threatens to delay home heating aid for millions of low-income families. Uncertain over federal food aid grows as the shutdown fight reaches a crisis point. Pet monkey on the loose at a Texas Spirit Halloween store.
Blah blah.
I'm looking. I'm not seeing anything. If you have an
Well, then
article for
first,
me to
address
look at,
my
I'd be more
point
than
about
happy to look at it.
Trump.
Please post it or provide it to my Discord.
Cool beans. In that case, go back and address my point about criminal behavior and making a choice.
Yeah,
Why
I mean,
does-
I suppose
why
that there's
does
an
some poor
aspect where it
family-
could be a choice. I'm just saying that, like, just like how people could make the choice to hurt somebody, let's say at night. There's also the fact that if I install streetlights, it reduces assaults significantly. So like me, I go, hey, let's install streetlights so it reduces assaults, because there are systems that can be put in place that reduces harm.
You know what? I swear to God, the most irritating thing with debating you about anything is that you're always arguing something that no one else is arguing. Who the fuck doesn't want safer streets? That's not the conversation.
I'm
The
using it
conversation
as
is,
an
I want
example.
people to
I'm
be held
using my
accountable if they
mentality.
decide
I want you to
right.
understand my mentality as an example, right? I would want to design systems that prevent the problem to begin with. I understand that people make choices on their own, and and this is, I call it's the cocaine of Republicans. Republicans must have retribution for actions. They can't get enough of it, bro. I've brought up instances where in the Middle Ages, they would cut people's hands off for stealing. And I've had Republicans unironically tell me that's what they want. They would like to live in a society where we cut thieves' hands off. But at the end of the day, the outcome is actually quite poor.
Not their hand, maybe like their thumb.
Yeah, no, it's fuck that. No, don't do that. We're not in 1500s. Anyway, like it's an idea.
I'm joking first.
Yeah,
Jesus
I know.
Christ.
It's the idea of retribution, right? It's like you got to get back for what they have done wrong. That is every single time the policy that Republicans think, because they think, oh, if there's like a direct consequence to it, then people won't want to do it as much. Now,
Sir,
that,
you're a hypocrite.
that could be true, provided that you're like really authoritarian about it. Like you basically gotta be like Singapore level, North Korea level of security, in order to get the desired outcome. But me, I wouldn't want to go down that outcome. I think I would rather design systems that reduces people's desire to do that to begin with. And I think my method leads to a freer, more equitable, more just society where people can do things to a greater degree than a society built upon retribution.
Okay. That's very nice first, but you are a hypocrite. Remember, you go on many rants about people getting what's deserved. You do that yourself.
Like who?
Number two.
Like what?
Number two, like Democrats have an incredible Donald Trump must pay for his crimes mentality. Is that not retribution?
To an extent, sure.
Of course it is. So stop being disingenuous. But
I mean,
you know what?
he was found for 30, but he wasn't held accountable at all.
Okay, but you want him to be, right?
Yeah, I think it should be, held accountable. Yeah, he's caused a lot of harm on people.
You want him to because of retribution.
Yeah, I'm not saying remove all forms of retributive justice. I'm saying I'm saying that it's like the cocaine of Republicans. Republicans can't get enough of it. They have to seek retribution for whatever it is. It's always like a direct retribution. This is why there's like really long incarceration rates in the United States, as opposed to like a desire of like rehabilitative measures, which does in fact reduce crime. But I don't know, for whatever reason in the US, we're just like, no, longer jail time. That'll fix it.
It would depend on what you're trying to rehabilitate them from, I would assume. But we've already had this conversation because I think by your match, you said that if someone is a felon, if they've committed several felonies, but they've done their time, that you can't call them a felon once they get out.
Yeah, I think that they should be reintegrated into society. That's me. Unless if you're talking about specifically, like if somebody had like hurt somebody, say for example, a child, you probably shouldn't be in a daycare, for example. I think that would probably be my only like caveats is like, consider where they will be in society as a result after they have done their time. Anyway, but that doesn't have anything to do with retribution. It has more to do with like just mitigating harm. So with that being said, I think we've gone on for about 35 minutes. So I appreciate you calling in, AWOL. I'll give you the last word though.
Actually, no real last word. Just I think that you're kind of soft on crime. I think.
Hell yeah, I'm soft on crime. Hell yeah.
I get that, but I think that first, when you worry,
I don't think it's a bad thing to be soft on crime. I think it's a good thing.
Wow. You know what's weird? You give me the final word and you start babbling again. Shut up for a minute, though. Okay? The problem with your soft on crime stance, in my mind, is that you're so concerned with why a criminal did what they did that it overshadows what they did to someone. So I honestly don't care about someone's childhood or whether they were poor or if they hurt a member of my family, because I feel like they made a choice. But if I go by the way you think, those people will get out of jail even quicker. And that's my final word.
Okay.
First, enjoy your day. I enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, me too. And just to spite you, I'm going to get Indian. I don't know. No, I don't know what I want to eat.
Yeah, destroy the floor of your testosterone. Later.
Bye. I don't know if I went Indian. I kind of do want pizza. Let me look. I'm hungry. And I don't have any food. I gotta go to the grocery store and I don't know. I've been lazy. Guys. All right. Tell you what. I want to involve the audience in this decision-making process. and we're gonna conduct a vote. So don't go anywhere. Hello, Nikki says, get Indian food, make it spicy. That's awesome. It's a great idea. All right. Hold on. All right, fine. You're on the line with First Amender. Man. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, well, what's going on?
Hello. What's your name?
Rolando.
What?
Rolando.
Rolando. What you want to talk about, Rolando?
Hey, what's your stance on abortion?
I think women should have a right to an abortion. I think that having a child is incredibly high risk, and it places an immense level of responsibility on the parents, as well as society in general. And I just think that the person that has to undergo the potentially life-threatening procedure of a pregnancy, they should have a right to decide whether or not that they have that child or go through with that.
Sure, I agree that pregnancy is, well, it can be very risky. And if that is, I guess, reality, why would anyone go through or through the procedure or the action of consensual sex? If that is
sorry,
like
I was just starting a poll and I was kind of half paying attention to you. Can you repeat your question?
Well, it wasn't a question. It was a question. Like, why would anyone go through consensual sex if that is a possible outcome, like getting pregnant? Why would anyone go through consensual sex if that could be an outcome?
I think the probability here is of actually having a child and having sex is relatively low. This also doesn't account for the fact that people who go out of their way to not get pregnant by, say, using a condom or using other forms of contraceptives, as well as a morning after pill, all sorts of different options that are available for you should you choose. And so, like, it just, once again, like, there's also the fact that, like, there's like dumb people and dumb kids who make dumb decisions in their life. And let's be honest, they're going through puberty. There's a lot of emotions and hormones rolling around. This increases propensity of just having sex at a younger age. And I just don't think that we should be placing that much responsibility on, say, like a 15-year-old for potentially ruining their life just because they decided to have one night of hanky-panky. It just doesn't seem right to me.
Well, sure, you could say, quote unquote, that a 15-year-old could, quote unquote, ruin their life, but you're killing a human. You're killing a human. Well, you could say that a 15-year-old.
I mean, I agree it's a human being. I don't agree that it's worthy of the same moral consideration of like a fully developed human.
Well, what do you mean developed human? Or do you agree
who's like
or disagree that
self-sustaining?
From conception, it's a human?
Taxonomically speaking, it is a human. It is a eukaryotic organism that develops into a human.
Develops into a human. At what point after conception is it a human?
Well, it's a human at conception.
Okay, so it's a human. It's just at a different state.
Yeah, the question is not whether or not it's a human. The question is whether or not it's worthy of moral consideration.
Okay.
There's lots of humans that we do not deem worthy of moral consideration.
When is it worthy of moral consideration? At what point?
When the mother is no longer required to sustain it.
A newborn has...
Yeah, they can give a baby up for adoption. It has its own autonomy.
Sure.
Babies have autonomy.
Sure, but somebody has to sustain it, whether it's the...
Yes, legally,
the
by law, they have to sustain them, yes.
Mother, the adopted parents, the state, somebody has to sustain it.
Yeah,
Somebody
and also it's just referring to like self-sustainment, right? like being able to like survive without the nourishment of another person's body.
Without the... Okay, so you're moving the goalpost one step back. Before you said that it has to be sustained, sure, by the mother, sure, but after birth, it has to be sustained by somebody.
Again, we're not talking about, we're not, I think we're misunderstanding each other when I'm saying sustain. So like what I'm referring to is not like a person needing to work and buy food and feed the baby. I'm talking about like physically extorting nutrients from another body to then be put into another person's body.
Well, okay.
There's also the fact that there's also the fact of the harm that is incurred during pregnancy. Pregnancy permanently changes the body forever. It never comes back to its original form. Its once youthful appearance is gone. It will never return. It is that way. The hormones are never remained the same. There's also the fact of the great financial burden that is incurred. I don't think every single person should be having babies. I think if you're capable of having a baby and you want a baby, you should be able to have that baby. But if you choose, okay, I made a mistake, I don't want this baby, I think you should have an option to get an abortion.
Sure, I agree with the part that it's a burden. Sure, I agree. But then do not have consensual sex if you do not want that burden. Let me give you a
Yeah, but that doesn't really address rape instances, and it also doesn't address people who go out of their way to avoid it. We've already addressed this. I don't know why you're bringing it back up.
And I guess you don't understand it. Look, let me give you an example. Let's say you enter like a raffle, a sweepstakes, or something like that, right? And let's say the first prize is $1 million. $1 million. That's what you want. You want to win the $1 million. But the second prize it's a puppy. Second prize is a puppy, and you know beforehand that the second prize is a puppy, but you don't want the puppy. You want the $1 million. So you enter the sweepstakes, and you don't win the first prize. You don't win the $1 million. You win the puppy. So the puppy now gets delivered to you, and now it's yours. If the puppy dies because you don't feed it, because you don't give it water, because you put it, out in the cold, and it dies, would that be animal cruelty?
Yes.
Of course it would. Of course it would.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't be responsible, that you shouldn't be held legally responsible once you have the child. That's why I think it's important to have the option to abort a child, because you are held legally responsible at the end of it.
Of course, at conception, because it's a human.
No, because again, if you're talking about at conception, we should really be looking at every single mother being liable murder of 40 individuals, because in reality, that cell multiplies into roughly about 40 cells and then kills off almost all of them, and it turns into either 1 or 2. Or in the case of the octo mom, it was 8. Point is that we don't commit them for 38 counts of manslaughter. That's stupid. We would never do that. So obviously it's not a conception. And again, this doesn't address deem worthy of moral consideration. At the end of the day, it's not up to, I don't believe that it should be up to a politician or a Supreme Court judge 100 to 1,000 miles away who, let's face it, doesn't even want social safety nets to even be available to these parents after the fact that they're born. This has absolutely nothing to do with wanting children or caring about babies. It's about control of women's bodies. It's this weird idea by white Christian nationalists who want to control women's bodies and make life worse for them and then fuck anybody else. And by the way, just so you know, these very same Republican politicians sit there, will have sex with prostitutes, and then the prostitute gets pregnant, and if you think that they're anti-abortion at that moment, guess fucking what? They very much are in favor of abortion. Donald Trump himself had gotten a prostitute pregnant and specifically required them to get an abortion. Did you know that?
All you said right now is a red herring, because we already agreed that it's a human. And secondly,
taxonomically speaking, but we again don't agree on whether or not it's worthy of moral consideration. Do you understand?
In the case
do you understand what I say when I mean by moral consideration? Do you understand that? Do you understand when I say worthy of moral consideration? What does that mean to you?
Yes, but the why. You're not telling me why. Sure, I agree that.
Yes, there's the harm to the mother. There's multiple reasons. There's the harm to the mother. There's the fact that it's a very heavy financial obligation that not all people are capable of meeting, nor should they be meeting it. Number 3, I don't think that a Supreme Court judge or a politician 100 to 1,000 miles away is ever going to take care of the child. So it shouldn't be up to them. It should be up to the mother who has to undergo that. And also, I believe that what we care about in a human is effectively their personhood, an ability to consciously, not consciously, but externally experience the world. And if they're incapable of doing that, we no longer consider them of probable moral human. Hey, you're asking the question. I'm answering it. Why aren't you listening?
I'm listening, and you're just
so I'm giving multiple reasons. No, it's not a red herring. You're asking what are the reasons why. I gave you the reasons. You haven't. By the way, you haven't addressed a single one of these reasons. By the way, not a single one.
Okay, let's go point by point. Give me the first one.
It causes damage to the mother's body.
Sure.
Yeah, so...
let's say... Okay, I'm going to address it. Okay, I'm going to address it. Sure. People have bodily autonomy, and they can do whatever they want with their body unless it hurts somebody else. I agree. People have bodily autonomy. Let's say that heard or about what are they called? Duty to rescue laws. Have you heard of those? Or do you agree with those? If not, I can tell you what those are. Duty to rescue laws. Basically, a duty to rescue laws. They say that you do not have the obligation to rescue somebody in need. That's it. If you see somebody out on the street and they're having, some trouble, they're having a heart attack, some epilepsy attack, something, you do not have a duty to rescue them. You see somebody that's drowning or something. But there's some exceptions. The first exception is If you're the one that caused the peril, the danger, the damage, then you are obligated to rescue with the spirit of that law. Hello?
Okay. What's your point?
You agree with that?
That you have a duty to rescue people?
If you're the one that put them in danger first. You agree with that?
I mean, I think if you're like a bystander and you're like the only person available to provide, rescue, then yeah, and there's a person that's like helpless, then yeah, I think you are morally obligated.
Okay. I don't even think that. If you're not, if you just a bystander.
I don't know what I don't know what is going on with your mic, but something weird's going on with your mic.
Okay, wait. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna do this. Okay, is this better? Hello?
Yeah, you sound better.
It's better. Okay.
Order this fucking pizza and hold on, give me a second. Stupid.
If you want me to wait?
Just give me a sec. I got freaking pulled out. Just give me a sec. It won't let me enter in my card. Let me try this again. Give me a moment.
Sure. I'll wait.
All right, I got my pizza coming. Okay.
What kind?
Oh, is
not the brand, but the topping.
Yeah, an ultimate pizza, which is like a bunch of different, veggies and meats, and some breadsticks. That's what I'm gonna be eating.
Cool.
All right, sorry, go ahead.
All right. I'm going to go back to my point, then. Let me say this.
Yep.
When I was just a meta conversation before you said when I said that you were throwing red herrings. Well, first of all, I'm not American, so therefore I'm not a Republican, and second, I'm atheist. So when you were saying something about a Christian nationalist and all that stuff, that doesn't apply to me. So let's go back. If all about the duty to rescue laws. If you're a bystander, no, you're not legally obligated to help someone. Maybe you could throw out that if you're the only
if you're
person
alone, yeah, you would be. I think you would be. And if you're not,
I don't.
You should be.
I don't think so. But I don't think so. But if you're the one that caused the damage, the danger, the peril, then you're definitely obligated to. Would you agree to that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me give you an example. Let's say you're standing by a cliff, right? You're taking a walk, and you're like by a cliff with a friend, and you're joking around. You're joking around, not your friend. You're joking around, and you give him like a little push, right? And he starts going like over the cliff. So he turns around and grabs you by the wrist, right? And he grabs you, but he's holding on for dear life, and he's actually hurting you because his grip is real tight. can you at that point, because he's hurting you, say, I have bodily autonomy, so let go of me? And can you say that? Because he's hurting you? I think you can't. I think you shouldn't.
You could say
You
it.
should be
The question
legally
is whether or not you
obligated
should
to pull him. Go ahead.
I mean, you could say it. So whether or not you can do it, no, that's different. No, I think you should be legally obligated to pull them back up. So what's your point? What does this have to do with with pregnancies?
He's hurting your body. He's hurting your body, and even though he's hurting your body, he's hurting your wrist, you are legally obligated to pull him to safety. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You're talking about humans that are worthy of moral consideration, though. So this analogy fails on its face because you're once again not understanding my criteria. There's humans that possess autonomy, but we do not grant them moral consideration. For example, if you're a murderer, we probably wouldn't grant you moral consideration. There's a lot of instances of value that we assign to people, even subconsciously, deeming somebody worthy of more moral consideration than others. We do it all the time. Let me ask you this. Is a fetus's life worthy just as much as a baby that's been born?
Yes.
Okay. So I have here, you have a burning building, and you got to walk inside the burning building. And on one side of the burning building, there is a petri dish of 100 fetuses in test tubes. And just so you're aware, all 100 of these fetuses are going to be implemented into an expecting mother. And they're gonna gestate this child. And then the other instance is a crib that has a literal baby. What do you? You can only save one. You have to pick which one. Do you save the 100 fetuses, or do you save the literal baby?
Okay, this is very simple, and I'm going to say the yes, or I'm going to tell you which one, right? But you have to let me explain the why. I would say the baby, even though there's 100. How many did you say? 100?
Yeah, 100 fetuses.
Okay, like 100 fetuses, right? I would say the born baby, because the 100 fetuses, we don't know the probability for them to be born or not. We don't know.
Assume all of them will be born.
It could be.
Assume every single one, all 100 of those babies are going to be born.
If we could guarantee that.
Yeah, why not?
And I don't know, maybe like in the near future that could happen. If we're talking about the future, sure, maybe I would save the 100 fetuses.
I think you're fucking nuts. I think.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you this. If today, if we were same thing, one baby, or there was a room full of centenarians, I would save the baby, because the centenarians, how long are they going to live? I don't know. And if we ask those centenarians, hey, who would you save? I think they would say the baby. They would say the baby.
What's a centenarian?
Because of the probability of life. The baby has everything forward. It has its full life ahead of it, and the centenarian is not. So it's the same thing. I think everyone would save the baby, not the centenarians. The same way that today
we value people differently. We value people differently based on all sorts of reasons, right? If they've committed a crime, that would be one aspect that would drastically decrease a person's moral consideration. If a person is brain dead, that drastically decreases moral consideration. And let's be honest, with the baby, the literal baby, there's likely a mother that is expecting that baby to hopefully be alive, as opposed to the 100 fetuses, which you could just make more. Like, it's not that big of a deal. You can make more fetuses. Obviously, the baby is more valuable than 100 fetuses. Hell, I don't care if it's 1,000 fetuses. I don't care if it's 10,000 fetuses, bro. I'll take a bat to every single one of those little fetus heads, right, before I kill that baby. You are out of your freaking mind. You think that I'm going to be in favor of some stupid ass fetuses that you could just make again. Like, what? Use your brain here. Like, obviously, the baby is more valuable than the fetus.
It has the same moral consideration that they both, the fetuses and the baby.
It doesn't. We just proved that it doesn't. We just showed that it doesn't. Even you agreed that you would still save. Like you said, we still can't guarantee the survival, but it's still 100 fetuses, right? The probability of, say, having, 30 or 40 of them live is pretty good. It's pretty much in your favor here, even with our current technology. So it's like, what? You're going to tell me you would save because there's going to be 30, 40 people born over a literal baby that is born? Like, come on.
When technology moves in that direction, sure. But we're not there yet.
I just said with our current technology, we could probably safely assume maybe 30 or 40 of those babies are going to be turned into, be fully grown human beings, right? But the problem that I'm having is you can just make more fetuses.
Here, well, let's go back. Sure, that was that each fetus could be implanted. Sure.
Yeah, this one's got like a little weird fingery do, and this one's gills are extra big.
What was that?
This one's gills are extra big, and so it's unique. As opposed to like a literal baby with like a fucking face and like a mom that would like to see that baby, and like your psycho ass went in for the for the fucking fetuses. Come on, seriously?
Okay, let's go again. And I think you made this point before.
Sure. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get the argument of wanting to save the fetuses.
Cannot guarantee that it's going to go.
Dude, it's 100. Again, I'm telling you, it's 100 fetuses. The chances are in your favor. You're going to get more than one.
No, they're not. Because
what? Okay, assuming like current gestation, right, and like death ratio, I think it's like what, 10, 20%. So guess what? That's 10 people. By your very logic, if you believe that the fetus is just as valuable as the baby, then in your mind you would want to save the petri dish. But obviously we know that's probably not correct.
It's only probabilities. We're only talking about probabilities. It's not guaranteed the baby is
you're not really understanding my point. If you have to bring up probability as the argument, you're just obfuscating my point.
No,
obviously the baby is more valuable than obviously the baby is more valuable than the tray of fetuses. Can you at least admit that?
The probability already.
Oh, Jesus Christ! His brains are breaking. God, Chad, his brain is breaking. He's got to bring up the probability some more. No, let's talk about probability. It's a 10% probability that they survive. Okay, therefore it's 10 people. So therefore what? You got to do the fetuses then. What the fuck does the probability matter? It's 100 fucking fetuses. What if it's 1,000 fetuses? What if it's 10,000 fetuses? It doesn't matter. You're talking about the difference between a literal human being with like personhood versus like a bunch of fucking fetuses, which you could try again.
you could try again, but it's still a probability.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Good talk, man. Do you have anything else?
Well,
That's it, bro.
Wait. Let's
You're
go
not
back.
understanding at all what I'm trying to tell you. Bringing up a probability is not a factor here.
Well, then why did you bring it up?
Oh, because you brought it up, and so
Why
I'm nibbing it in the bud,
No,
where it
you're
really
the one
doesn't
that
matter,
brought
right? The probability
You're the one that brought
is not
up
a factor
that
to consider. Be like,
analogy.
oh yeah, we got to focus on the probability, bro. It's
You're
stupid.
the one that brought up the fetus, the petri
Good
dish
talk, dude.
analogy,
Good talk.
not me.
Good talk.
No.
Good talk. I'll give you the last word.
Later. Sure. I guess we're done. All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Good talk.
Fucking. I don't understand why are we bringing up probabilities. Let's see, 3, 25, 15. Shit. I gotta kill this monster quick. What am I gonna get hit with? Oh, I think we just gotta. 3, 25. Sorry, 3, 25, 15. Remember that. Remember that, chat. 3, 25, 15. Hold on. Give me a sec. Let me kill this boss. I'm in the middle of a boss fight. Don't you see? All right, hold on. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
You're on the line with First Amender.
Was goody Amender.
All right. Do you understand why probability was not really the factor here?
Yeah, but like I had an
Did you get
issue. Like I see why it wasn't an issue, but like I had a problem with what you were saying in the earlier conversation with him. I wrote this down in a notepad so I won't forget. So basically, the way I saw what you were saying is someone's bad choice weighs more than a developing human life, and we're basically getting rid of developing life because someone regrets their actions. That's where I had a problem with that.
Well, again, like, I don't know what they're going through, right? Like, number one, are they 15? A 15-year-old probably should not be having a baby, right? We should, they should probably instead get ready to consider what college is going to be like and finishing high school. Because one of the top reasons why people drop out of high school is because they got pregnant, right? And it's like, I just don't think like a night of hanky-panky should just result in your life just being fundamentally worse pretty much for the rest of your life. Like, you're just going to be like in a poor socioeconomic status your entire life. That and the baby will have to suffer through that as well. Why not just leave people the choice to get an abortion if they genuinely need an abortion, and then they can choose to have a baby in the future when they're ready?
But I mean, I disagree on that. It's like at the end of the day, you decided to do this action. You knew the consequences of that action.
Kind of, but kind of not. It again, like, I don't believe a 15-year-old is capable of consent. I think like you gotta like consider like okay, instances of sexual assault.
That's
like
what I was gonna say.
There's so many factors that are.
Hold on, a minute. Hold on. That's what I was going to literally say. Let's take incest, rape, and let's put it to the side. Let's just talk about abortions outside of that, right? Let's just talk about outside of the.
All right, if you're just talking about like consensual sex, only consensual sex.
Yes.
Like again, it's possible for you to be just a dumb kid, and then you get into like a situation, in which case you should have a choice. There's also the fact that rational adults that come to rational conclusions, and then they decide, okay, I'm going to use a contraceptive, which has a very high probability of success. It is reasonable to assume that you would not get pregnant if you're having sex with contraceptives, yet they get pregnant anyway. And it's like, well, you should be responsible to have that. Well, I don't know. Are you financially capable of taking care of a kid? That's the number one reason why people don't have kids, is because they're not financially capable.
Again, this is the issue. Why are you piping if you know you're not financially ready for the worst case scenario?
Because you can pipe without having a kid?
If you
what? In fact, most piping doesn't result in a kid.
Well, I mean,
so
hold on. You're saying most pipings don't result in having a kid?
Correct. Even without a condom.
I don't even know the stats on that, to be fair.
Yeah, no, it's
Genuinely
actually, I mean, it's like, I think it's like 10, 15%, very low.
Okay, well,
Like, and that's
I mean,
assuming
regardless,
all things are working, right? Like, as opposed to like people who have, you know, have differences in their hormones, which result in them not being able to have kids.
And listen, look, at the end of the day, I'm just saying that you need to, I still stand on the fact that you need to, like, bear with the consequences of
it's
your
that
actions.
retribution thing, man.
I'll break it down for this,
time.
basically.
What is it with
like,
right-wingers and retribution? Well, I'm not saying you're, are you a right-winger?
Yeah. God, no. I'm a centrist, bro.
All right, good. Well, it's very classic of right-wingers to like say, well, you had sex. Therefore, you should seek the consequences for what you have done. And also, by the way, we're going to cut food stamps, and we're also going to cut educational funding, and we're also going to cut anything that helps a child ever. But also, we really love that child and would love to have that child. This is why I think it's all about control. It has nothing to do with taking care of kids.
Listen, in terms of like Republicans, I 100% agree with you. Like the whole food stamps thing bothered me because it's like you guys are getting rid of it. Technically, the way you're labeling it is you're getting rid of it for a month and then you're going to see how it goes. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? But placing that to the side for a second, we'll run into that because I really hate what Republicans are doing right now. They are contradicting half of the stuff that they say and do, and it's not like I see it happen.
Just,
and they try
another
and
day with the GOP.
Yeah.
Another day. Every freaking day with the GOP, bro. They love this stuff.
Yeah. But listen, at the end of the day, my position is just coming from the fact that, like, you know, at the end of the day, we all have things that we do wrong, consequences. Like, if you, let's say, do get pregnant, let's say you don't want the kid, I'm like, all right, cool. Give it up for adoption. You don't got to take care of the kid. Like, you don't have to have it, but at least give that kid a choice. Because I'll say this.
Well, that's the problem, though, is that you're not considering what are the effects on the mother to having that child. And I don't believe that somebody can walk up to you and knife the side of your belly, right? And let's be honest, right?
Well, yeah.
The amount of harm that is caused on a mother's body, I can't emphasize it more. It really is about as dramatic as a knife going in the side of your body. It's well, again, number one, pregnancies are life-threatening, period. This idea that it's like, oh, it's perfectly safe and you're like good to go and there's going to be no problems, totally false. It's not the reality. The reality is that you often need modern medicine as well as modern care to be able to even have a chance. And even with that chance, it's still relatively high, both for the child and the mother.
I get that. I guess, look, at the end of the day, like a part of me will always disagree with this because, and I guess I'll use myself as an example for the one time for this. I have no clue who the hell my dad is. You know, my dad gave my mom a choice. Listen, either have me or I'm dipping, right? So my mom was like, okay, well, leave them. And she had me. Okay. So it's like, I think of it like, okay, well, what if she didn't choose that? You
wouldn't exist to ponder that. What does this matter? As opposed to other people that I would end up meeting? Like, what is, none of that matters.
But it's more or less the fact of the matter that the conversations that a person that you could have, let's say with somebody that you would maybe consider a friend or a homie, whatever it may be, a lot of those conversations may have not even happened because of prior choices that their parents could have made by keeping them or not keeping them. And it's wild because it's like, I will obviously defend like, yo, like try to keep the life because I see it as, okay, well, you know, I may have not been asked to be born, but I'm kind of glad I'm alive. You know what I mean? So it's like,
sure. But again, you're just consciously aware and alive to be able to ponder that. So like if you were not there and alive to ponder that, then that wouldn't be a factor. You just wouldn't exist to ponder it. So I don't see the point of that. It's just kind of silly.
I got you. We're basically talking about a life that can grow to ponder, as opposed to somebody saying, okay, well, I don't have the viable.
Well, again, this also doesn't include the fact that the mother could choose later on when they are more ready. Whereas if they had a child at 15 and that they just struggle the rest of their life then what? Like, oh, okay. Well, you deserved to struggle the rest of your life, and then like what? Now that you're 28, you just choose not to have a kid because you already had a kid, and it's like your life is just worse for both you and the child. Like, why do we induce this kind of suffering on people? Why not just give people the choice and to make rational decisions on behalf of their own body? Again,
sure, but
every single one of these moves is dangerous. It's dangerous to the mother.
But again, this is why I'm saying, like, if you're going to have sex, you should be aware of what the consequences
Again, there's
may
so many
lead
instances where you having sex, it is not
That's
reasonable to
perfectly
assume
fine.
you're going to get
That's
pregnant.
fine.
It is not
But
reasonable.
You need to know that okay, I understand that, but you still need to know the consequence. I'll give you an example. That's like me pulling up.
But why
to,
does the consequence matter? What I want to see is a better world for everybody. People being able to live their life as they see fit. And if people have the choice to have a child as opposed to be forced to have a child and then live a worse off life because of that child, that makes me go, okay, well, maybe rethink this, right? Because we know for a fact that access to abortion increased socioeconomic well-being. We are aware that it decreases homelessness. It also decreases drug use and drug dependency. It also increases educational outcomes. All four of these are empirically verified.
So we're
it's
just throwing away the child for economic bonuses and for life.
There's also the fact that it damages the mother. I mean, there's numerous reasons. This is just one of the many reasons.
Sure, I just don't.
Can you give me a second? My food has just been delivered. My food has been delivered.
I guess,
just give me a sec.
Yeah, I'll go for it. Also, Bo, if you listening to this, I just want a little quick tangent for you here. You can get out of anything you wish to if you really just lock in. Don't worry about what anybody says. Forget what anybody says. Just focus on your own life. Understand that you're a human being. You don't got to be perfect. Take time at your own pace and keep pushing forward. That mentality of you saying, "Oh, I can't do that," it'll go away. Just keep pushing forward. You got this, brother. Oh yeah.
All right, go ahead and continue, Chaos.
Why
does the consequence matter if the consequence results in a worse off society?
I mean, we're
isn't
saying,
the reason isn't the reason why we have why do we try to give consequence for actions? It's probably because so that way they don't do it again, right?
I wouldn't say consequence for your actions. I'm more or less, when we say consequence, I'm saying this is the outcome of your actions. If you're on a trail and you're going hiking and you accidentally forget a key thing, maybe a belt, maybe something warm to keep you in when you're camping, you're fucked and you're like, damn, now there's a blizzard coming. Why didn't I prep for this? I messed up. Because you knew this could have been a worst case scenario. This could have happened.
Yeah.
Right.
So what you do is you provide things available so that way people don't have to suffer as much.
Listen, and I also get that. And at the end of the day, now what it leads to is human suffering, economic benefits versus a child's life. And I am trying to put everything else above this random kid's life. It just sucks because I don't know. A part of me just wants to see that kid flourish. A part of me wants to see parents have proper.
That's dependent. That's
proper
entirely
sexual
dependent on the
education where you
mother,
can
the
wrap it up and
situation,
consent.
what happened as a result of the pregnancy. There's so many factors here to consider.
Sure. I just, at the end of the day, if you're going down the path of I'm going to pipe people, just protect yourself. I want the sex education to be where, like, you at least wrap it up so much where, like, even if there is a percentage chance of you getting pregnant of that last case scenario, it's just so far away that it's not it's too feasible. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day, you'll still always have that chance of getting pregnant. That is that's the action you're committing, right?
Yeah, see, you're doing the same thing with the consequence thing, but I'm saying, what's the point of a consequence if it just results in worse outcomes for everybody?
But it's not no. It's not me saying it's a consequence. It's me pointing out the action. The
you're pointing out the action, what they do, and what are the results of the action. A consequence for the actions. That's how that works.
I'm not saying hold on. I'm not saying
you can call it not a consequence all you want, but that's what it is. That's what you're arguing.
Even so, even if we call it a consequence, if you're doing something, you need to know the consequences of what you're going to be doing, the bad and the good, before you do it. You understand that, right? People do this. That's called planning. Like, even if you're not planning
I
for
agree.
it,
It's a good idea for
what's
people to
going
plan,
happen.
but not everybody plans like you and me. And I don't believe that we should make their life worse just because they're bad at planning. It's wrong.
There's some good new stuff. That's all I'm gonna say. Listen, what type of pizza did you get?
I got some ultimate pizza. I'm trying to finish off this boss, and then I'm gonna sit down and eat while taking calls.
Yeah, I'm seeing like you're taking a crack at that wolf ice demon looking thing.
Trying. I'm just like following my party because for whatever reason I pick another crystal and it just breaks for some reason. Oh, it's different colored. Yeah. I didn't know.
You've been going crazy on the health of it, so it's good. And I've been seeing you like chilling behind the crystals to make sure you're safe.
Don't die. I don't want to die. Please. Don't do that.
There you go.
I'm like frozen in place.
You're chilling. But anyways, let's see. I don't know. Like, okay, so where do you place newborn human life? Like, do you
newborns
how much
at the same level as an adult? I would even say even higher than even an adult because of like the moral consideration of like what they're exposed to versus like how much we should nourish them to make sure that they live the best life. I look at it as like kind of like similar to like, you know, when it comes to like parents and kids, I look at it very similar to say, if there were, imagine like you got like a gun and it's like one of those really old school guns that's like, I don't know, maybe it's coming from, like old World War I gun where you have to like, you got to like, you know, clean it and you got to like make sure the barrel is clean. You got to add gunpowder to it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And you got to do it just right. There's like a sweet spot to getting it just right. And if you don't get it just right, it doesn't fire right. You know, it's not the most optimal firing. Well, the getting a child prepared for life is that firing, right? And to me, I'm just like, you want to do as much as you can to make sure that they're prepared for life when you're not around. You know, and so optimal so college is really important. Making sure that they can, you know, wash their own clothing, their, you know, do basic life tasks.
Prepared for life.
Yeah, prepared for life. That's what's important.
I agree with that. I guess, I don't know. I guess like, you know, with me, it's just, it's weird because it's like, I look at both arguments from the left and the right, and I don't know. I just have a weird middle stance position of, look, look, I see it as a kid, and I don't care about what the Christians say. I don't give a shit what the Republicans say. I don't give what the Democrats say. I see that as a kid, and I feel like we should at least, you know, not even acknowledge it, but like understand, listen, this is a kid, and we are doing these actions because we need to understand, look, we do not feel like this is a proper environment for this child. We need to take accountability. Listen, if I'm getting rid of this kid, I'm doing it because of these plethora of reasons. But you need to damn well know you're still getting rid of a kid. And I went through multiple abortions when I was younger. So, at the end of the day, I know my mistakes. I went through like 4. It sucks. Could have had kids. But, at the end of the day, I'm still in this position where, like, I would, everyone always
well, then go have
right?
kids
you have
now that you're ready to have kids. Like, what?
Listen, yeah, and I'm going to say this. You have a choice no matter what it is. I'm going to just say, just think about that choice very thoroughly with your people around you, your family, your friends, the people closest to you. Make an informed decision.
Yeah, I'm not against that at all.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, let me eat.
Thank you. Let's see. Is there anything else that I wanted to say? Yeah. That's it. It'll be a quick little thing then. So the topic yesterday that you had, alcoholism, pornography, and gambling.
Yeah. Do you think I won that debate?
I think I agreed with your stances. I disagreed also. Me and Beaubro also were like going at it. It was more or less like we agreed with alcohol.
You always go after that, Beaubro.
Yeah. Like alcohol, I'm pretty certain every single person that's sane agrees with alcohol. That's just like, that kills people, right? That's the statistic. That's basic. The other two with porn and gambling, there's a lot of people that were like, yo, porn comes after and then gambling, and there was people saying gambling and then porn. But I would go with porn and then gambling, because I would say that gambling is the less of the 3 vices, because you're constantly surrounded by money at all times, so you're self-reflecting on that, and that mindset that you have for your gambling addiction will always show up. In terms of alcoholism and porn, whenever you do watch porn, you want to beat your meat, do your thing, and then just not think about that shit. Done. You don't want to address the porn problem. Alcoholism, you don't even want to come close to it. You're basically telling yourself that it's helping you, right? In terms of gambling, you're looking at your money every single day like, I don't know if I have a problem or not, because then it's constantly there. It's constantly yelling at you. You're looking at it. It's not like gambling isn't like bending your brain like alcohol is, where it's telling you.
It sounds like you're coming at this from experience. Let me guess, you're doing a lot of sports gambling, aren't you?
Well, I used to do a lot of gambling. I was very highly addicted to sex, and I was an alcoholic. So, I kind of went through the whole, all 3 of them and whatnot.
Oh.
And I guess this is just in my order. It would be alcohol, porn, and gambling. Because at the end of the day, with gambling, what ended up happening is now I have a system where I just spend $100 a month on anything I want to gamble on.
So this is like your personal. Whereas, like, I'm looking at it from, like, a total overarching... gambling is more harmful than porn. Porn is like a minimal... Despite what the Christians will tell you, it's really minimal in terms of its level of harm. But I'm sure at an individual level, maybe, like, porn is a bigger problem for them than, say, gambling or alcohol,
Mm-hmm. It also depends, right? So for I would say as a whole, when I even mention myself, I would just say it as a whole, because at the end of the day with gambling, you're self-reflecting more on the gambling itself, because money runs your life on a daily basis. So that's always there in your mind. And you're always thinking, how can I pay my bills? How can I take care of this? How can I place a bet on that? So you're always there like, okay, it's going to be in the foreground. So that's going to be the easiest one to conquer because it's always there. The ones that are not there are going to be more difficult because you don't want to address them. It's basically how that runs. Even with porn, it always depends on the person, because you could have a complete just sex addict. Dog doesn't even give a shit about porn. He just craves sex, and that could just be destructive to him, because then that person could start viewing people as nothing, as objects, right? So that's never good. But that's the order that I guess I would put it in.
For you personally. But what about societally?
I feel like societally would do the same thing, because at the end of the day, with all 3 of these things, the least three of a vice, right? Let's say we put any vice up there. The least harmful vice is the one that you can self-reflect on the most and change, right? The ones that are more
Well, it
difficult
doesn't sound
to
like you're
change.
self-reflecting on gambling.
Well, I mean, you're self-reflecting on gambling because you're not. The reason you're self-reflecting.
I'm saying you.
So me personally.
Yeah.
I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Yeah, but you were there defending gambling really hard when it's very clear that you gamble a lot.
Okay, look, listen. Just because I made it my career doesn't mean anything. All right. Now, I'm not saying that gambling isn't bad.
Got
him. I'm just saying it's terrible the fact that like I'm like one of the worst people to even speak on this since I literally made it my career. But in terms of it being the least of the vices, I would still say it's the least of the vices because it's the most transparent to be able to go through. It's the easiest to go through, in my opinion. Now, with me personally, I don't be like, the career-wise thing is completely different from what I used to do. What I used to do is I used to place bets on everything. I mean, even I would tell you this in the Discord, for God's sakes, me and my homies bet on who the next pope would be. I fucking put money if P. Diddy would go free. Like, bro, come on. So it's like, at the end of the day, yes, it is like, still a problem, but it's not as a problem as the other two would be, because I would still say that porn is a very detrimental issue. It would desensitize young men. Let's say a young person does get into it, locks in on all the positions, starts doing things with a woman that has never experienced it. She's freaked out because she doesn't understand what's happening. A lot of problems like that. Then it could be like, okay, well now let's say you're piping too much. And let's say you ask like a woman, some things are going on wrong with your life. And you ask a woman like, yo, you just here for the wang? And she's like, yeah, you're literally just an object to me. Then eventually this keeps happening in a cycle. You're like, okay, well, I'm just viewing people as objects. These two self-destructive mentalities are hard to go through because it's hard to address and acknowledge the fact that you as a person have a problem with sex because of the way men nowadays glorify it. You're like, oh shit, good job, dude, you're banging pussy. That's like basically like even if like you got abused as a kid in school by your female teacher, people would be like, yo, good shit, dog, you banged your teacher. Flip those roles, right? Flip those roles.
Yeah,
that girl, that would have been an entire like case. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get
it. Yeah, so,
well, like,
yeah.
At the same time, we as a society, I think we put way too much emphasis on sex here. Like, I think it's kind of like ridiculous. Like, it's literally a nothing burger. And I think I've explained this feeling to other people, and other people, they've seemed to like affirm what I've said. I'm curious, what do you think? When I was 18 years old, and I was, with this girl, and we decided to have sex. I was like, bro, I'm going to lose my virginity. 18 years old, not a bad age to lose your virginity. I was so excited, And then we had sex, and I was like, that was it? That wasn't that big of a deal. Because you have all of these thoughts in your head and like how it's going to be and what it's going to be like. And then when it actually happens, it's like, that's it. It wasn't this huge, I don't know, like, I mean, I orgasmed and everything. She orgasmed, whatever. Yeah. But it's like at the end of the day, I was like, that is not, we're framing entire societies around this. Like, think about like what religion does with sex, or like how people feel about sex, how dangerous sex is, all sorts of stuff. I'm like, bro, calm down. Just wear a condom. You're gonna be all right.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I agree and I disagree in the statement that people got to stop making sex a big deal. But because our Our entire lifestyle is so sexualized nowadays. You're gonna find it everywhere. It gets to a point where people are getting desensitized. So it's like it's kind of a mixed bag of it. But in terms of having sex when I'm as a kid, completely different. I was piping at 13 years old, and a big thing happened was I lost the nerve endings in my body. So, like, imagine if you.
So hold on
like,
a sec. I don't
I
want this to fall off because I think it's kind of interesting.
Mhm.
Xander Cat says, "Can you imagine the body horror of carrying a child, feeding off of you, stretching your body and mind to its limits? Forced birthers are weird." What do you think of that? I agree.
I would say, I wouldn't say you should force. You should like force yourself to give birth and all that. It's crazy. Like, if you personally don't want a child, I don't feel like you should, like, at the end of the day, carry it. But I'm saying, like, don't make that decision a spur of the moment decision. Take time. Take a little bit of time. Could be like a few days. Talk to the people around you, right? And then make that decision. That's all I'm saying. Because this is the worst thing that could happen in this situation. You go down this path. Years and years later, you're going down through some issues. You're 3 a.m. thoughts. You know how those go. You then start thinking back about, damn, I could have kept this child. Damn. You then start regretting shit. It's not worth to have those types of regrets. So just make sure you just properly get all the info that you can, and then make your decision, do your thing. You feel me? That's it.
Sounds good.
Yeah. But in terms of that, so like, listen.
Do you have anything else? I gotta I'll give you the last
one. Oh
one.
yeah, damn, we hit the 30-minute mark.
We did.
Let me see if I can wrap this up in a statement. Okay, fuck it. We'll do it this way. So, at the end of the day, I just feel like our society has been overly sexualized to a gigantic degree, with OnlyFans being one of the, if not the biggest industries currently we have in the U.S. in terms of entertainment and all that. We have a lot of things happening on Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook. Pretty much everyone is sexualizing each other. We're at a point where a lot of people in today's world only go online and see the online world as real life. And I feel like that's a problem. I feel like we honestly should sometimes just put down our phones, our laptops, go outside, communicate with the people that we care about, and just enjoy and live our lives. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Heck yeah, brother. Have a great day.
You're on the line, First Amender.
Hi, yeah, my name is Nicky Abbot, and I'm a two-time presidential candidate for the United States of America with the Independent Party. Reason I'm calling in today is to debate a woke liberal.
Your name is who?
Nicky Abbot, and I ran for president in 2024. I would have taken office at 35 years old, and I'm running for office again of the United States president in 2028. So I'm going to run every 4 years until either I die, I win a world record for the most times ran, or I get elected, which is probably never going to happen. But I'm there to spread uncomfortable truths.
Are you on, like, where can I find you?
I'm on X. You can look me up on X. My X is no dual loyalty with a K, like no with your mind. No dual loyalty, like know what it means. No dual loyalty. And also justice, the number 4, and then the word COVID-19, where I expose what I hypothesize is the source of COVID-19.
Hold on.
Dr.
Your name
Charles
is
Lieber.
No Dual Loyalty Justice for COVID-19.
That's 2 different accounts. You could I get banned, so
So no Dual Loyalty. I'm looking it up. Hold on. KNOW.
Yeah.
DUAL.
DUALLOYALTY. No dual loyalty. And I'm an independent. I'm neither left nor right. I'm a whole bird, so to speak.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I can get you on. We're gonna show it here.
Awesome.
I want to share it for everybody.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course. All right, let me get this plate out of the way. Just give me a second. I was just eating lunch
You
I
got
was
it,
hungry.
man. I
didn't
thought
eat
you were
breakfast.
going live for like 3 hours already.
Yeah, it's fun. I enjoy it. 4 hours actually. Hang tight. Just give me a moment.
Wow. Well, listen, I've got nothing against you for being a woke liberal. So I want to put that on the table right now and say everybody is entitled to their political persuasion. And just like, you know, a lot of people are just off the bat against somebody because of who they are. And I'm not like that.
All right.
But I did want to discuss some interesting topics if you had time. For instance, like Cash Trash Patel.
Well,
you know
hang on.
what I mean?
Let's
Like,
take a look at some stuff. Let's see here.
all right.
Israel remains willingly non-signatory to the Biological Weapons Convention treated. Every developing nation, all Israeli neighbors have signed the peace treaty. You have a Cash App. You joined March 2025?
Yeah, I get banned a lot.
Why do you get banned a lot?
Because I criticize our allyship with a nation who I hypothesize developed COVID-19 and is openly.
You think Jews developed COVID-19?
No, I'm not going to say all Jews are bad. Absolutely not. You're not going to pigeonhole me like that.
COVID-19?
COVID-19, I hypothesize, was a biological weapon developed at Beth Israel Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts by a doctor by the name of Dr. Charles Lieber, and it was smuggled to China in the socks of Chinese spies. And
Where
this
can
is all
I find this
verifiable
information?
on the account Justice, the number 4, COVID-19, where I totally blow out of the water the theory that COVID-19 was a naturally occurring disease. So out of 195 developed nations worldwide, Israel remains the one non-signatory nation to the Biological Weapons Convention, which means that they reserve the right to develop and deploy biological weapons, which I think have no conventional use in warfare. So they're basically holding that threat over the whole world. Like, oh, at any time we can develop and use biological weapons, and we're not going to hold ourselves accountable. And I'm half Jewish myself, so I would never pigeonhole myself as a Nazi or as something like a National Socialist. I'm an American nationalist, and I have no loyalty to Israel or any foreign nation whatsoever. I'm strictly trying to promote ideas that are not being placed into the mainstream eye due to the fact that they're uncomfortable. For some reason,
have you taken a look at consensus research regarding the origins of COVID-19?
So, as you probably know, researching groups like the American Psychiatric Association, which rewrote the DSM-5, these institutions have been infiltrated and they are run by lunatics. So we basically have lunatics running the American Psychiatric Association, telling people who are mentally ill with paraphilic disorders, oh, you're okay, and we're going to offer you affirming care. But for people that point out to them, hey, I'm having an issue with the world because you guys are saying that crazy is sane, those people are being told they're crazy. And if they say, no, I'm not crazy, then they get called a narcissist and totally walked out.
You didn't answer my question even a tiny amount.
Right.
I don't know.
The consensus research behind
read
COVID-19.
Consensus research on the origins of COVID-19?
I don't see a purpose in reading research written by frauds.
Okay. This is the problem, right? This is the conspiracy brain thinking. Consensus isn't consensus just because there's like people bullying themselves up to the top. Consensus is consensus based on evidence. And I can go, I painstakingly went over the evidence regarding COVID-19. Not only do I not believe it is a lab leak hypothesis, but I also believe that it is likely natural origins, zoonotic origins, as per the current consensus, because I read about it.
So do you know who Dr. Charles Lieber is and the 2 Chinese spies who were arrested by the FBI?
You're the first person to ever mention Dr. Charles Lieber. Again, there's some pretty significant problems regarding there being like, for instance, we know for a fact that COVID originated at the Wuhan
University
market.
of Technology, where Dr. Charles Lieber had he was working with China's Thousand Talents program, and he had a laboratory.
That is not true.
He lied to the FBI and was arrested. He was booked for 48 hours and then sent to China.
Hold on.
Can you please do your research about that? I promise you I'm not wrong.
I will show you.
Dr. Charles Lieber worked with the Chinese Thousand Talents program, and he had a laboratory in Wuhan, China.
Give me a moment.
With the Wuhan University of Technology. I'm not lying. It's okay. It's not the topic I came here to discuss either. I came here to discuss Kash Patel and how he should recuse himself from the investigation of Charlie Kirk because he was a close personal friend, and his girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins, has been with Turning Point USA for 10 years.
Yeah.
So he is in violation.
Just please, we don't need to gish out. Just give me a moment, and then we're gonna go over some stuff. Okay? Just give me a second.
Absolutely. I'm here for it, bro. I called in. Like, I'm not even going to go off on a rant and be like, oh, well, Israel killed Charlie Kirk. I believe Rick Cutler killed Charlie Kirk, the man in the brown shirt. And the COVID-19 thing, that's my hypothesis. And it's based on Israel not being...
Just give me a second.
No, I am calm.
Please.
I just want to say one thing real quick. Because Israel is a non-signatory to the Biological Weapons Convention, they could develop a disease like COVID-19 and deploy it, and they would hold no responsibility. They would not hold themselves accountable. There's no way to hold them accountable for it. That's what I'm hypothesizing, is that if COVID-19 was developed by Israel, we would just have to shut up and deal with it because they're non-signatory to that Biological Weapons Convention, unlike the rest of the world. The rest, even these tiny little countries like Sudan and Nigeria.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. So there is additional evidence, but this is just one piece of damning evidence that I found concerning regarding the Wuhan lab leak hypothesis, because I was up in the air on it as well. I decided to sit down, do the research, see if there's any information. So if you pull up a map of Wuhan, you will notice that
across the street from the
there
wet
is
market.
What?
That the laboratory is across the street from the wet market?
No, it's not. No. It's several
that's
streets away.
Yeah.
There's also the fact the Wuhan Institute of Virology. You'll notice that there is a fundamental breaking point line, the Yangtze River, that is between the Huanan Seafood Market and the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So, and the very clear delimiter is obviously here. We can observe the Yangtze River. If you have my YouTube on live, it's about 12 seconds behind, but you should be able to see it. So,
okay.
The hypothesis of the Wuhan Institute of Virology having done a lab leak or a lab leak hypothesis is a valid one. And so the question became, okay, we're going to go in and we're going to get saliva samples from everybody on the street. And we're going to mark their location, and we're going to mark whether or not that they're positive or negative of SARS-CoV-2. simple experiment, right? And what you could observe is if you could observe that the population levels in the Wuhan Institute, as well as the Huanan seafood market, as well as the Yangtze River, you can see that the population density is roughly equal. If there was a lab leak hypothesis, what we ought able to observe is specifically the where people would be positive would probably closer to the Wuhan Institute of Virology as opposed to the Huanan seafood market. So
you don't believe that they would release the biological agent at the seafood market? I mean, if they smuggled it all the way from
entirely possible,
Israel.
I have no evidence of that. There's no way to determine that. We can speculate all sorts of things, but I'm going to go with what is likely just pieces of evidence that can lead in one or the other. This is a verifiable, falsifiable hypothesis that says, okay, well, is it going to be, are we going to see most infections on the west side of the Yangtze River, or are we going to see most of the infections on the east side of the Yangtze River? And so the end result is as follows. Give me a second while I pull up the picture. This is what they found. And this is coming from multiple independent sources. There were, the WHO was all over this thing. And you could see that the total amount of concentration of cases is very much all around the Huanan seafood wholesale market. And that would make sense given a zoonotic origin hypothesis. So I reject, just off of this evidence alone, that there is a lab leak hypothesis, which would also disprove your position that, I don't know, some Jewish scientist designed it and released it on purpose. Do you see my concern?
No, absolutely. And that's why I say it's a hypothesis, it's a theory, and that is what I believe, but not everybody has to be of the same persuasion as me. I don't expect a lot of people to go against the mainstream narrative.
Well, this is a direct piece of evidence that a lot of people didn't bother to research, because a lot of people, what they do is that they watch podcasts, they watch propaganda news. I'm sitting here pulling up actual papers of virologists that independently verified this information from multiple government sources saying the same thing.
Money talks, but that's okay.
But how influential is it? Is money, where we're talking about literally all of the countries that investigated this, from New Zealand, Australia, the United States, Britain, they all independently investigated this, and virologists across the globe have believed that it is of zoonotic origin, not just from plots like this that you see in front of you, but also the fact that they analyzed the genetic makeup of the virus itself, why it is the novel SARS coronavirus 2. While they did not find, say, for example, a patient 0, that doesn't actually matter. What we can observe is the genetic differences between known SARS coronaviruses to the novel one, and can observe the specific pathways of genetic origin. And here's the other problem. The difference that existed from the novel...
Before you go too far off, and I'll forget, all of those nations who were investigating this were also the ones who were authoritarian as could be with regards to doing lockdowns and government oversight. And then also they were the ones who accepted the main narrative about that experimental vaccine,
I don't know
which turns out
I don't know where you saw that people were, that it was authoritarian in, say, the United States or Australia.
So you said New Zealand, Australia. These are places where people were put under forcible lockdown or threatened with being put in internment camps.
No, for like a month, and then it was over.
I think it was a little bit longer than a month.
No? It was about a month.
So, but they also pushed the vaccine. Like, I feel like it was
the vaccine
disingenuous.
worked. You needed the vaccine in order to help people's
I never
immune
got it.
systems.
I only got
Okay, but
one
a lot of
COVID.
people
I only got
have you ever
COVID
heard of the
once.
Herman Cain Award?
No.
Yeah, well, Herman Cain was a talk show host who was a Republican who was arguing, oh, I didn't get the vaccine. I didn't need the vaccine. He died of COVID.
But I didn't,
Right.
and neither did
Okay,
any of
great,
the family
but
members.
a ton
in
of
my
people
home.
did.
There's 5
Millions of people died from COVID. We know that to be the
Right.
fact, based off of John
Many of them
Hopkins
were
Medical
vaccinated.
Association, able to observe just how many people were dying from pneumonia. Which, when you're talking about specifically SARS-CoV-2, when it infects your body, that it weakens your immune system, enabling pneumonia to kill you. That's why the cause of death is SARS-CoV-2.
You didn't hear about the hospitals killing people with ventilators?
Ventilators have a very high propensity of killing you because once you're on a ventilator, the probability of survival is very low. Because the only reason why you needed a ventilator to begin with is because you're incapable of getting enough oxygen in order to survive. And so they put you on a ventilator. However, probability of survival, even with a ventilator, is low. However, it's higher than not doing anything at all.
So what percentage of the people who died from COVID-19 actually were vaccinated for COVID-19? Do you know?
Most of them were unvaccinated.
Right, because the vaccine rolled out after the vast majority of deaths. And most of the deaths were in what kind of populations? Like vulnerable, like older or very sick, weak people, like obese.
Yeah.
It really went after people who had comorbidities was the
Yes.
word that they were using.
Yes.
And so, by and large, the healthy population fared really well with COVID. And I've talked to many, many, many people about this. The people who got vaccinated regret it, and they got COVID many times. And a lot of them were incentivized to get the vaccine, told you're going to get fired, or here's a hot dog. We're going to give you a free hot dog if you take this shot. And
My job gave me $1,000.
Yeah, in rich neighborhoods, like where you probably live, the incentive
I don't
was
live in a rich
baseball
neighborhood.
tickets. Well, baseball tickets, $1,000. You know, like things like that. I
mean,
never
my
got
job was just
vaccinated.
offering it as an air of goodwill because where I had worked at the time was a building. It was a 6-story building that had 300 people working in it, and there were a lot of elderly
Right.
people, a lot of people that weren't. Their health wasn't the best. And so
Right.
it made sense for them to encourage people to take the vaccine because there was a lot of doubt at the time. And it's mostly, and I'm just going to be honest with you, is a lot of podcasters. It was a lot of right-wing influencers and a lot of people that don't really, that like to sow conspiracy theories, which then result in the death of people. And I think it was a good idea for people to have taken the vaccine in order to reduce hospitalization rates and other factors that incur someone's death. And also it did also reduce the risk of spread in that you had less symptoms when you had the vaccine, and so you're coughing less, you're sneezing less. There's just less saliva showing up, and as well as people masking and 6-foot distancing. These were reasonable requests by not just the United States, but just about any government, suggesting these very basic measures in order to reduce the risk of spread, which in turn saved millions of people.
Well, I mean, quite frankly, I think that we could have gained a herd immunity, and we wouldn't have had to take
Well, we
an
did.
mRNA vaccine.
We did. Again,
and
the
we wouldn't have
mRNA
had to-
vaccine is designed to reduce the symptoms, which causes death.
Right. But what I'm saying is that there was other things in that vaccine that were,
Well, listen, like it's kind
metallic-
of like if we're talking
metallic
about
product.
it's like if we're talking about when I get into a car and I'm sitting there putting my seatbelt on, you say, "Why are you wearing a seatbelt? We have perfectly good airbags." The reality is that you want both because both help mitigate harm to your body.
Right.
Now,
But
one of them doesn't
seatbelts are not
completely stop it, but it
experimental.
helps. Well, but neither are
seatbelts are not-
vaccines. Vaccines aren't
and you
experimental.
don't have to permanently change
Vaccines
your
aren't
genetics.
experimental. It doesn't affect your genetics.
The mRNA
No.
alters your genetics, and it
No.
does inject
No.
you with a metallic
You have no idea what you're
object.
talking about. You don't know what you're
So-
talking about.
So
where
if you
where
wanna
are the
change the
genes?
subject, we
Where are
can.
no, stop for a second. Where are the genes? Where do genes exist
In your
inside of a
DNA.
cell?
mRNA
Where is the DNA? Where
alters
stop
people's
talking.
DNA.
Stop. Where is DNA in your cell?
In your cells, in every cell of
Where?
your body.
Where
DNA.
is it in the mitochondria? Is it in the nucleus? Where is it?
It's all of it. All of it contains DNA.
The DNA exists inside of the cell nucleus. When you're talking about mRNA, mRNA cannot penetrate the cell nucleus. There was a liposome that enabled access through the cell wall. However, once entered inside the cell wall, it then engages in the riboflavin in order to then synthesize a spike protein. That's what it did. It physically cannot manifest itself inside the nucleus membrane. It does not have the mechanism to do so.
Wow, I'm convinced. I'm going to go get my COVID shots right now. Thank you.
No
Amazing.
problem. Glad to help.
Great work. Can we change the subject now and talk about Dr. Charles Lieber? Can we talk about how
No, we're not going to
Kash
talk about
Patel
Dr.
should
Charles Lieber.
recuse himself? No, how Kash Patel should recuse himself as Charlie Kirk's personal friend. He should not. He's biased and partial to this investigation, and he should absolutely recuse himself. And not to mention his girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins, is a 10-year member of Turning Point USA, an affiliate associate. So I think that there's bias and partiality at play here, and there's something called let me pull it out of my my bookmarks real quick, and I'll tell you exactly what it's called that he's in violation of. He's in violation of something called 5 CFR 2635, which basically means that he is investigating something with partiality, and the people are demanding him to recuse himself from this
6 minutes, by the way.
investigation because of his partiality.
Yeah, I mean,
why
I don't
is-
know
why-
what you're talking about here. I'm not sure, but I as far as I'm concerned, the vaccine did work. There is not a conspiracy. It's zoonotic origin. All evidence points of zoonotic origin. Virologists also agree with me. And also, you have not read any of the consensus research on the topic to even break this down. You simply dismiss that if somebody is of consensus, it must be a giant conspiracy, which is really classic for specifically conspiracy brain thinkers. But what it does is that it impedes your ability in determining what's real and what's fake. I'm going to. I have no reason to say that the consensus. Yeah, that's correct. That's terrible to do so. You're not capable of addressing the claims being made by. Overwhelmingly, I think it was over, I think 99% of virologists had stated that, or were vocal in saying that it is of zoonotic origin. Even to this day, that's the case. And we have no evidence showing otherwise, other than people's speculation on Twitter.
Okay. I gotcha. No problem. Like I said, everyone is going to have, especially people who are vaccinated, have a dog in the fight. And I understand you don't want to feel ripped off, because if I took the vaccine for $1,000, I'd feel like
ripped
killing
off.
somebody
The vaccine
right now.
was free, dude. The vaccine was free. I made money taking the vaccine.
No, but it's going to affect your longevity on this planet, which time is more valuable than
that's
money.
again
you know
not how that works. So you're talking about, again, this is a fundamental disconnect of how the vaccine works. What the vaccine had inside it was a liposome, which is, imagine
Right.
like a little
No,
fat
you've
bubble.
explained that.
a little
My
fat bubble
question to you
that goes
is,
into the
do you
mRNA
think-
that is inside the liposome is an mRNA, and then it enters into the cell wall because of the liposome, and the mRNA is able to go through the protein creation process. The mRNA is absorbed, and out comes a spike protein coming out of the cell.
Right.
From there,
Okay, and-
the spike protein on its own is observed as a foreign body by your natural immunity, and what it does there is that it provides a protein cap to make sure that the spike protein cannot penetrate a cell wall. That's
So
how that
come
works.
people who got the
And
vaccine got
so when you're
COVID-19
talking
so
about
many
if you
times?
take because eventually you run out. Eventually you don't have any more spike proteins to be absorbed. And I would also imagine that there's probably mitigated effects, albeit it would be better, but still it would be mitigated in terms of how effective the vaccine would be as time goes on. Also, the fact that the origins of the vaccine, I'm sorry, the
virus,
the virus itself, also mutates on its own. And so you need new types of vaccines to combat the mutations.
So you know a little bit about medicine. I don't have any medical background to speak from. I'm coming from a place of a concerned person that had a hypothesis, and I was told this was an experimental vaccine, which you haven't
It's
told
not
me
experimental.
it's not.
mRNA has
Okay.
been studied and understood for decades. It was only until very recently that they've been able to deploy it to a large degree. And here I can show you a timeline that shows just how long it was in development for, and just, you know, the actual mRNA technology is actually, it's astonishing what they've managed to pull off. But let me see if I can pull that up. Hold on. I remember looking this up. I thought it was so interesting. Give me a moment.
And again, it's like you're speaking Chinese to somebody, because I don't know anything about mitochondria or nucleus or spike proteins. I just, look, I'm trying to get Israel to sign the Biological Weapons Convention so they can never be blamed for anything like this. And if they do something like this, they can be held accountable like the rest of the modern world. Like, it is archaic for Israel to be a non-signatory to the Biological Weapons Convention, and any grappling points that I can find to create friction with regards to that matter. Like, do you believe Israel should sign the Biological Weapons Convention?
Sure. Why not?
Well,
I wanted
why
to show
wouldn't-
you the.
Why shouldn't they?
Sure.
Is there
yeah,
any,
I said yes. I
Is
said
there
yes.
any part of you
So
leaning towards
this is a chart that shows the development of mRNA vaccines, and it starts
Okay,
as
but
early
I don't really care.
as
I'm trying to tell you that
just
I'm
listen
going
for
to
a second,
blame.
right?
I'm
Learn
going to
something,
blame them
learn
for
something.
every biological thing
read a book
on
with
Earth
me. Come
until
on,
they
come on.
sign that thing.
Calm down, please. So we have, for example, you said, okay, it was experimental, but it's not really experimental. You're talking about tons and tons and tons of research that eventually led into our ability to provide an mRNA vaccine. So first you have the discovery of mRNA and its protein delivery. That was discovered in 1961. mRNA-induced interferon was also discovered in 1963, and then an in vitro translation of isolated mRNA in 1969. Then in 1971, we figured out that we can, in fact, use liposomes, use them for drug delivery. This is back in 1971. By 1974, we had used liposomes for vaccine delivery. And then in 1975, they discovered an mRNA cap, and there was also a liposome-entrapped mRNA delivery. That was back in 1978. Then we had an in vitro transcription of mRNA in 1984. By 1989, we had a concept proposal of mRNA-based drugs. In 1990, we had created a liposome-entrapped mRNA delivery. Then we have discovered of a cancer therapy by negative immune inhibition. This was 1992. There was the discovery of cellular immunity induced by mRNA in 1993. 1994, we have a self-amplifying mRNA introduced. 1995, the first vaccination with mRNA coding cancer antigen. That's 1995. A lot of time goes by. You have 2002. First clinical with mRNA using ex vivo transfected DCs. By 2005, nucleoside modified mRNA with limited immunogenicity. And then by 2009, the first application of a direct injection of mRNA in human cancer. By 2010, the first preclinical trial by DC's loaded mRNA intranasally. And then 2015, mRNA cancer vaccine encoding neoantigens in the preclinical stage. And by 2018, the first drug with LNP was approved. By 2020, mRNA 1273 and BNT 162b was used for COVID-19. BNT 111 cancer vaccine was approved for FDA use. It was fast-tracked by the Trump administration in 2021. And then,
right. So I don't think you understand what my goal is. My goal is to get Israel to sign the Biological Weapons Convention, unless they like being blamed for everything. You know, because it seems like they're the only developed. You can ask Grok, you can ask any AI what the only
can
developed
I at least get you to acknowledge that it was not an experimental drug? It's not experimental.
According to the sources that you're citing, it was not an experimental drug. But that's not what I was told by many doctors and pharmacists and people in the medical industry. But hey, people lie. That's not the topic that I'm here to discuss. What I'm here to discuss is I believe that Israel, as the only non-signatory developed nation to the Biological Weapons Convention, after COVID-19, should absolutely, because it is a hostile posture to not sign that document willingly and ratify that document willingly.
What is the document? Biological weapons?
It is the International Biological Weapons Convention, and every developed nation in the world except Israel has signed it. So after COVID-19 and all the speculation, like, unless they like being blamed for everything, why wouldn't they just sign that so people can go, oh, well, it couldn't have been Israel. They're also a signatory to the Biological Weapons Convention. Why do they like to stand out as the usual suspect? And you know, I mean, let's not go into AIPAC and how much power their lobbyists have. The multiple duplicative special interest groups which promote anti-constitutionalism and anti-Americanisms, all of the causes that they've been promoting, how they've infiltrated the American Psychiatric Association, the lunatics now run the asylum.
I would imagine Israel wouldn't sign something like this because they do use biological weapons defending their land or offending on behalf of their land.
There's no conventional use of biological weapons as its damage spans the globe. You cannot contain a biological agent.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. I think that they should sign it. Sure.
Okay, so that's my goal. Is I'm going to push every uncomfortable truth and inkling.
Okay, but nothing of what you said regarding COVID-19 was correct.
Right, but I'm trying to link Dr. Charles Lieber to his 48-hour prison
Okay, but you got to stop that
because
it's not empirical, because you don't need to attach all of the stuff that can be that can be disproven with just quick Google search off of consensus research. You could just talk about that it's clear that Israel is not signed a biological weapons treaty and that they should. In which case you could say, hey, look at the war on Gaza. They could be using biological weapons in Gaza. I mean, I would probably look to see if they are using biological weapons in the Israel-Hamas war. They may have done so already against other nations around them. In which case you don't need to point to COVID and bring in all this conspiracy stuff, because I got news for you, man. Is like, if you came in with this kind of energy and you're talking about the conspiracy of COVID and this Jewish scientist, I immediately, I've already done enough research I know that that's bullshit. And that means that I discredit everything that you say.
And that's fine, but I'm just letting you know that as a non-signatory, the only developed nation in the world that's a non-signatory to the Biological Weapons Convention, all of their neighbors have signed it in like the 1970s. I mean,
Eritrea is also a non-signer, but they're not really.
Those are non-developed nations.
Eritrea is developed.
Those are non-developed nations. You can ask any AI what the only non-developed nation in the world.
AI?
Superpower. You could ask Grok right now. Go ask Grok what
Jesus
the only
Christ.
non-developed.
Stop. All right.
Only developed.
Let me just first start off by telling you, AI is not a good source to be doing your research on. Just FYI for starters.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
And the reason why is because
any uncomfortable truth that makes Israel look guilty.
Yeah,
you
but
see that, right?
But do you understand that you're saying things that are empirically
false? If they would sign the Biological Weapons Convention, my complaint would be gone.
But you're saying things that are empirically false.
So I'm willing to say things that are empirically false to push Israel to the point of signing that document. Absolutely.
Good talk. I'll give you the last word.
Oh, I wanted to talk about Kash Patel and his girlfriend.
No,
I wanted to say
we're already 8 minutes past of when I usually hang up.
Okay, so then I'll finish on this, right? I'll finish on this. The mainstream, bigger content creators, right wing and left wing, refuse to say the name Rick Cutler. He is Charlie Kirk's assassin. He shot Charlie Kirk with a palm pistol gun at about 10 to 15 yards away from the front row. He was wearing a brown plaid T-shirt, and then he jumped over the fencing and made sure the job was finished. And he had a big grin on his face when he was standing over Kirk's dead body. And then he led the escort team to the vehicle, denying
there's a whole
Kirk's
other thing that
care.
you have to call back later, but we'll talk about that later then. You have a great day,
Kirk
okay?
was denied medical care by his security team. They rushed him into a van. And yeah, like you're trying to do to me. You're trying to rush me away.
No, we have
right?
a 30-minute timer. You're 9 minutes past. There's other callers. I appreciate you calling, okay?
Okay.
You have a great day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Jesus Christ. Good Lord. I did everything I could. How did I do? I've laid this evidence before to people, and a lot of people, but as soon as I realized that he's like, I'm willing to lie to make the state of Israel look bad. You don't need to lie to make the state of Israel look bad. You could just point out to what the state of Israel has been doing to Palestinians, and they look bad. Like, you don't need to lie. In fact, it reduces your credibility if you literally just said, hey, I can lie to prove my point. I'm like, all right, cool, have fun. Like, I don't know. Where is my other sandal? I'm going to get my breadsticks. I'm going to go get some breadsticks. I'll be right back. I found my look where it was. It was on the table. It was on my fold-up table. We're taking calls. Phone number 202-998-5218. Call in. I'm going to eat some more breadsticks. I want some breadsticks. I bought the breadsticks. I might as well have some. It's a cheat day. I can eat garbage. Extra Driller says, bro, real job sucks way more than YouTube. I don't have a YouTube career. Not big enough. So I have a job. I work. With that being said, my job's not that bad. Pretty chill, pretty vibe. And it pays the bills. By the way, if you're listening to this, subscribe. What are you doing? I don't mean to yell at you. Please subscribe. I'm a very small YouTuber, and any amount of money. Sorry, money. Why do I say that? Any amount of subscribers, that goes a long way. I really appreciate y'all very much. Even one subscribe is huge. Yeah. Jopio says, you just vaccines for $1,000 and then stream. Centrist Perspective saying, how is the pizza? It's delicious. And I'm eating breadsticks right now. Little Caesars, please sponsor me. How do I get these companies to just call me up and be like, hey, yo, here's $1,000. Say this ad. I want to do that. Unless if it's Raid Shadow Legends. Don't call me Raid Shadow. I don't want to say anything about Raid Shadow Legends. But I don't know, some random company. Watch, I'll do it right now. This episode has been brought to you by ABC Septic Cleaning Services. Tired of the shit that comes out of this liberal's mouth? Get ABC Septic Cleaning Service. I gotta not laugh at my own jokes. It's so goofy. What's wrong with beaubro as a mod? All right. Where the fuck? All right, let me put my dishes away. Just give me a quick second. It won't take long. Very quick second. Oh my god, they're so messy. Oh, okay, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, just quickly, Amanda. I would sponsor you, bro, but then every one of my clients are gonna think I'm gay. Can't afford that, bro. Hey, man, help Bro find a job, dude. This shit's getting ridiculous, man.
Is that all you wanted to say? You're just gonna dog on Bro?
You know the low-hanging fruit is the easiest to reach, bro.
No, bro, I love Bro. He's a good guy.
I mean, I don't know that, bro. Right now, he seems like a dweeb. Try to help him out, man. I get along with you. I respect you, even though you're a liberal. I would respect him if he wasn't such a fucking pushover turnip.
All right, bro.
I just need him to like stop being bad for himself, bro.
All right, leave Bro alone. Be nice to Bro.
I make no promises, bro. Salam alaikum.
Bye. If they're dogging on you too much, Bro, you're free to do whatever you want to them. AWOL says, that's because you're the only one who finds most of your jokes funny, sir. My jokes are funny. I got good jokes. I take offense to that.
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Thomas Zoskalvin. Nevertheless, it was the...
All right. Look at this freaking dude. This guy looking like he needs to be in Vampire Hunter D, bro. Oh, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Call in. Call in. J99A James says, while the taxpayer foots the bill. For what?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his...
This dude looks really goofy. Let's be honest. I mean, look at this guy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Do not extend those hands. Don't do it. Don't do it, you vampire looking ass motherfucker.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor...
There'll be none left for nothing to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again.
When, not if. They say this...
James says, this is our comment section now. We are taking calls, though. If you want to call in, we can do it. Phone number is 202-998-5218.
I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present and discuss what measures the Alliance might take.
Should we do more trolling on Twitter? I'm surprised we have not gotten a ton. Honestly, I think if I did so now, it would probably result in a lot more comments because it was very early in the day where there's just not as much, everybody's asleep. The chuds are asleep. I've been streaming a lot lately. Have y'all noticed that? I hope y'all have noticed that because I do it for everybody.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of imperial... If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by.
All right. All right. Excadriller says, yo, First Amender, do a poll on which pizza chains are the best. Sure, why not? Close that. There it is. Is this, please be muted. It is muted. Good. All right. Everybody voted pizza. You know, I was going to get Indian. I really was. All right. So we're going to end that poll. Pizza won. Pizza was the winner. 32 votes. That's a lot. That's a lot of votes. Everybody likes pizza instead of Indian. I love Indian. Guys, I love Indian. Indian is so underrated. Anyway, we're going to do a poll. What's the best pizza chain? All right, let me see. I'm going to pull up a pizza chain list. All right. All right. All right, here we go. Domino's. Pizza Hut. Gotta add some options. Little Caesars. Marco's. Oh, I can only do like 4 of them. All right, so I gotta do the 4 biggest ones. Here we go. The best pizza chain. I don't want to say why. I don't know. I'm not going to say which one's mine. Now, what I don't like about Papa John's is how insanely expensive it is. Like for one like large pizza, $40. $40, like easy, right? Meanwhile, Little Caesars, okay, is it a slight drop in quality? Yeah, it is. Does it do the job? Hell yeah, it does the job. I like Little Caesars. I think it's good. Excadriller says it is expensive. Yeah, bro, dude, it's so expensive. I can't stand going to Papa John's because I'm just like, I could save so much money by just going to Little Caesars in like a tiny drop in quality. Like it ain't worth it. Like the extra $20, it's just not. Maybe if there was like an extra, I don't know, $20 worth of flavor, then I'd probably be like, yeah, sure. But it's like, it's, you know, it's okay. It's good enough, you know? All right. We are in Gridania. Looks like it's even across Little Caesars and Papa John's so far. James says, Little C's feeds America. They care about the kids too. True. Dude, not only that, it feeds the poor. That's the part that nobody likes to admit. Little Caesars feeds the poor. It's so true. Dude, this armor set is sick. What? Wait, I look freaking awesome. Oh my God, I don't want to swap. Look at this armor set, bruh. Bruh. Hello, Nicky says, I'm on the spectrum. He hasn't stopped me at all. I've never had a girlfriend, but other than that, it hasn't hurt me. You can get a girlfriend. I gotta say something like, where's my soundboard? I think like I gotta here. Where's I'm gonna make a VC real quick, just a private VC. Voice. There we go. So then I could just say this. Hold on.
You can't handle the uber instincts of my uber autism.
I'm sorry. I apologize. To any autistic. That was insensitive. I now regret this decision. Please tell me that was funny. That was funny. That's a funny soundboard. Papa John's is winning. Papa John's is winning. I got to go grocery shopping today, and I will. I will go grocery shopping. Oh yeah, and then I got this soundboard here.
Read a book, read a motherfucking book, read a book, read a...
Unironically, read a motherfucking book. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Jesus. I have no idea what is happening in this story at all. Just FYI. I've just been, I mean, I tried reading it and I'm like, there's like some interesting spots, but it's really not all that interesting, even though I've been reading it. Excadriller says, so how many books does First Amendment read? I'm currently going through a book about the Koch brothers. It's terrifying. It's I hate it. Buds McCool says, Bo, would you work at McDonald's? I read at least 2 novels a week. Of course, they're lit RPGs. So what? Literary RPGs? I think I read like maybe 1 book a month. Probably about that. If that. Sometimes a book is like really long and it takes me a couple of months to get through it. Also, it like depends on how, I guess, interested. Sometimes I just force myself through it and it's like a slog to get through. It was definitely that for Aristotle's Organon. And it was also that for Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Just, they're hard to get through. Those are just difficult books to get through. They're not really enjoyable. They're not. Excadriller says, I swear people are lying when they say they read 100 books a year. I mean, it's possible to read 100 books a year, but actually, now that I think about it, no, it's not. You just like spend all your time reading. Hello, Nicky says, oh yeah, I trust everyone till they do something I can see. I don't understand jokes, and so just ignore a lot or whatever, but it's like I live my life and I have great friends and my life is awesome. Well, that's good. AWOL says, low to the point, everyone in this damn chat room is telling you that you should have kept calling back until you physically got in touch with a human being, not giving up after the second try. How long have I been? My God, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Woo! I started real early though, so there's that. Pop of the Domans. Okay. I don't need any of these outfits. I think we're good there. And then we're just going to take this Allegan silver piece. God, I got so much stuff. What's that red item? Da-na-na-na. Speak with Ilbird at the Sweet Bloom Pier. Okay. Why are we dogging on beaubro so much? Leave them alone. The RPGs, the primal hunter defines of the fall. That's cool. Would anybody even ever be interested in like, no. The answer is no. The answer would be no. There's no way. There's no way. I don't believe it. I was about to say, what if I gave you guys the story of my RPG? Would you guys be interested in it? And I'm like, no, most people are not interested in that sort of thing. It's so nerdy. Bo could be a flagger. You just stand there with your headphones and you can even smoke on the clock. Beaubro says, I dressed as well. I didn't even think I had suits or shit, but it's not that damn easy. Bo, my bro. My brother has Down syndrome and you have a brother with Down syndrome? I didn't know that. I wasn't even aware of that. Is that actually the case for you? Ugh. Oh man, that's what happens when you eat too much. You get the itis. You guys know what I'm talking about? You get the itis. You like fall asleep. You get all eepy. You get a little eepy. Just a little eepy. Well, let's talk to Yugiri. Plus, having the power to flip a sign and tell people what to do is funny. Save your dollar bills, y'all! What was that? Isn't that from Breaking Bad? Where Badger's like flipping the sign and he's got like $1. He's like dressed as a dollar bill. Beaubro says, nah, food keeps me awake, bro. I get the itis and then I just... EP. We are still taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in? Let's have a discussion. More than happy to hear you out. You are unarmed, my lady. Scarcely garbed for battle, but if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. Here, I'll turn up the game. It's not even that loud. You've naught to hide. We spoke with Yugiri at the Bramble Patch. Now we speak with Yugiri some more. Now we got to talk to Speak with Mini Fella in Mordona. Let's go. Hello, Nicky says you can apply for the military or ICE. Ugh. Don't do that. Don't do that, Bobro. Just follow my advice. You'll get a job. I believe in you, Bobro. Don't work for ICE. That's awful. No, don't work for ICE. Don't. You'll go down in history. You'll be looked at as like a minor form of an SS officer in the future. Hell no. Don't do that. Okay. Destination. At least it's a minor SS and not a major SS. Yeah, it's like lowercase SS. ICE are not bad guys. Yes, they are. They're deporting freaking citizens. Bruh, I would hate myself. Ain't no way, bruh. No freaking way.
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Charlian scholar and an authority on Aetherite. She is
When is the new zone?
and I'll search for a means to capture her.
Charmed, I'm sure.
I like your hair. Also, where's the new zone? New zone? Okay. Ugh. Gotta go back here. I want a new zone. Where's the new zone? The new zone's gonna suck, isn't it? Enter the solar.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
Moonbrider.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Y'all aren't twins.
Appearance and aptitude.
Hell yeah, based.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Charlian to assist us.
I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Etherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with...
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you...
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits, and nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit.
You guys have like no moral implication of joining ICE?
Was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance.
That's awful. I think like you'd get front and center access at the human atrocities that are being caused by the Trump administration. I would look at it as no different than wanting to join the SS. Like, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how much money they're paying me. I wouldn't join them just from a moral, ethical standpoint.
We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Antifa is definitely... Oh. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, man, do they only deport, like, Jose working at the Home Depot, or do they deport, like, criminals?
They deport citizens, too.
Well, I'm not asking you that.
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe. I don't know, maybe.
Maybe what?
I mean, they deport a lot of people, so I'm sure there's probably X
Right.
amount that they deport. Yeah.
X amount of what?
Of people that they deport. Whatever demographic
That
you want to
are-
include.
That are criminals?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go, bro. See, Bo, if you join ICE, you can save the country, bro.
No, I look at it as like similar to like SS officers.
SS officers deported illegal immigrant rapists and killers?
No, they deport SS officers deported Jews.
Right? Are they is ICE deporting Jews?
No, but they're deporting citizens and they're deporting law-abiding people without
They're
due
not deporting
process.
citizens, but they aren't deporting citizens. That's illegal.
They
but
are.
They are deporting.
They have
Well,
done
no,
that. We've confirmed that they've done
we
that.
have already gone through. No, we haven't.
Yeah, we
couldn't
did.
prove that.
We did do that.
No.
We did prove that.
No, so they have, but then those people got paid because they were unjustly deported.
Yeah, that's terrible. That should never have happened.
Right. No. Yeah. I mean, of course. Right. There's 350 million people sometimes.
Yeah,
Like, I
maybe
think there was
not like
24
want to join a fucking
24
group that's like fucking racist as shit. And I mean, like, again, like, no one's going to look at ICE after this presidency is over as if
I mean, I
like
don't think they
that
care
they're
about
the
what the
good
race is.
guys in history, man. No, and I think Beaubro is correct here in saying that, you know, not wanting to join ICE just because you need money. Just like how if you need money, joining the SS. Like, no, bro, don't join the SS. You have like, you know,
we've already
principles
agreed
where
two
it's
things
you
are
go,
different.
this is wrong. It shouldn't be that way.
You can't just say because both of them are organizations that
If
were
my
funded
if
by the
my
government that
job
they're both citizens.
was
They're two
kicking
different
puppies, I'd quit that job because I don't like kicking
Right.
puppies.
So ICE is kicking puppies?
You're not understanding my point. I'm saying if my job told me
very
to
bad
do
at
something that I found ethically dubious, I wouldn't want that job.
So it's
That's the
ethically
problem
dubious
with
to
ICE,
deport-
is that it's an ethically dubious problem.
It's ethically dubious to deport criminals, rapists, and murderers and sex traffickers. And
No,
shit?
it's
Drug dealers?
ethically dubious to deport non-citizens of the United States.
But they're deporting criminals that are like, in most cases convicted, but like
We don't know
in some
that.
cases like
You don't know that. There's no
Well,
due process.
No, well, hold on a minute. You're saying that they have not deported.
We don't know that.
anyone.
There's no due
don't-
process.
There's no way to know if somebody's committed a crime.
There's no due process.
Well, they
So you wouldn't
wouldn't
know if
be
they've
able to
committed a
figure it
crime.
So you're saying that they're just deporting people that don't commit crimes?
No, I'm saying there's no due process, so you don't know.
Because
They're just
what you're
profiling
saying
people on the
implies-
street
Amanda, what
based
you're
on whether or
saying
not they're
implies
brown.
certain things. What you're saying implies certain things. I'm just trying to get you to understand what you're saying. I'm asking you, do you think that their job is to deport anybody that they don't like, or do they have a mission statement?
Yeah, their mission statement is to deport illegal immigrants, and I don't believe that you can actually do that without due process.
Well, they're doing
And by
that
the way,
right
it
now.
literally says on their paper that they don't have to follow due process. They could just ignore that entirely.
No, they don't have to follow the due process that you.
Yeah,
would for
you
a
don't find that
citizen.
concerning that they just break the Fourth Amendment just because?
Well, they're not. Due
They
process
are.
looks
They
different for
literally are.
Well, due process looks different.
Multiple
for
courts have
everybody.
found this to be
You know,
the
there's
case,
a-
but they're still
like
doing
if
it
you're-
anyway.
Like if you're a convicted criminal, your level of due process for you is going to be different than a person that's being charged with a crime. Like there's many different levels of processing that are required for.
Yeah,
the
you need
government to
due
be able
process
to
because
arrest
people
somebody.
are
And we could
innocent
talk
until
about
proven
fixing that. I
guilty
mean,
in a court of law.
Laws are complicated and sometimes
Yeah,
convoluted.
yeah, but
sure,
you have due
like the
process.
point, right, but the point is
Yeah,
that
and the problem
like, the
is that we're
mission
not
statement
doing
to
due
deport-
process, you know.
The mission is to deport illegals.
Yeah, yeah,
and I
do
just
due
wanna-
process to determine whether or not that they're
Right,
actually
so
an illegal immigrant. Don't just deport people because they're brown.
Like I would argue that 99% of the people that they're deporting are illegal immigrants. And I
You
think
don't
that's-
know that. We
that's-
have no due process.
Amanda, listen, bro. Amanda, listen.
You
Right,
don't.
you're not
I
gonna
don't
believe
have
me,
accurate numbers for that,
but
and
it
neither do
doesn't
you.
matter.
The
No,
reason why I know you
I
and
do.
I do not have accurate numbers is because they don't do due process. Holy
put
shit.
every dime that I own in life, dude, on the claim that over 95% of the people that are deported are illegal immigrants. I'll put my
You
money
don't know
on it.
that. You don't
And
know
so
that
what
because
if
there's
it-
no due process.
No, I do know that.
You don't
and
know
I
that.
prove you if you want every one
You
of my
need due
assets,
process.
everything that I make
Oh
to
my
prove
God.
me wrong. If you could prove me wrong that 95%
I can't because there's
of
no
people
due
that are being
process.
deported are not illegal,
Holy
then
shit,
I'll
dude.
give you everything I own.
Yeah. Have you
I
ever
mean, how
heard of a
close
thing
you are,
called
bro?
innocence until proven guilty in a court of law?
I've-
You don't
I've
assume
heard of
guilt, you
illegal-
fucking idiot.
Do you think it's possible to prove that somebody's an illegal immigrant?
Yes.
What level of investigation do you need to prove that?
Paperwork. A subpoena.
if they don't have that
Show up to
paperwork,
this
then what
court
does that
hearing.
Right. If they show up to the court hearing and they don't have the paperwork required to prove that they are an illegal immigrant,
brutally
then
stupid.
are they an illegal immigrant? Okay, and so if they're not,
I'll be honest
so
with
just
you.
to be clear,
I'll be honest with you. I am getting exhausted, and I'm seriously getting the itis. I think I gotta call it here. I do.
hey,
call it
hey,
here.
Bo, join ICE, bro. It'll change your life, dude. It'll change your life.
Fuck
You'll be
off.
rich.
Don't join ICE. Absolutely
Join ICE,
not.
bro. There's nothing in wherever the fuck you live, bro. Join ICE. You could do it, dude. You can imagine in 30 years you'll own a house, have a happy
Join
family, you probably
ICE.
even own a dog.
All right, I'm gonna take a nap. It was nice talking to you, Extremo.
Take it easy, man.
See you later. Oh boy, I really am tired. I think I am gonna just take a nap, just relax for a bit. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you like the stream, consider a subscribe. And if you hate the stream and you wanted to just, I don't know, maybe hate watch me, hey, that's cool too. Let's do that. That's kind of neat. Appreciate you guys for joining in. What is my spell to return? Here we go. Yeah, I'm going back to Limsa of Minsa, and then I'm heading out. Yeah, you should have principles and not join ICE. Holy crap. All right, everybody. Thank y'all very much. Have